Thank you very much, Shikor. I do always appreciate those subs, and I will put that towards Aiden Chronicles. So, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but it took me a little longer to do the whole lunch thing than I thought. That's my fault. I got to cleaning, and there was a whole other thing I had to deal with my mother. But the point is, I'm going to do the rest of today's block at my pace and summarize, if that's okay with everyone, I do hope. So, he has learned to be a good father. No, he hasn't. He's learned to not be a dick. No, he hasn't. There's going to be one final act to the Zodiac Brave story about Ramza and Durai and the Angel of Blood. Of course, there will be a nameless hero involved here. You want the story to end, Father? Well, yeah. You see, I learned something today. Sorry. Yeah, she learned to not touch things she shouldn't. No, she hasn't. Thank you, Lord. Oh yeah, I'm still in the Lich outfit. I shall tell a tale about the legendary warrior of light and his travel across the 3 great continents. Yeah, Lore has enough battles under his belt to fill 3 tomes, if not 4. Yeah, probably more than that, if I'm being completely blunt. Was this before or after the final Omega? Because that kind of changes the tone of some of these things. Hi, Hazardous. Okay, so yeah, we have defeated Omega here. So yeah, no, we, Bushka, as they say. Alright, final dress rehearsal. I just told... So, Lord Mum, one of the things she was asking was, how long, do you think the whole game's going to take? I was like, probably about 2 months. Her response was not what I would call enlightened. But that's okay. She doesn't actually understand the nature of such a game. My wonderful mother is many things, but she does not understand video games. She's kind of in the Mario Brothers category, you know what I mean? Not in a not in a demeaning way, but that's as far as her understanding of video games goes. She's watched me play Super Metroid and Super Mario World, and that's kind of as far as that goes. Oh, I can't... Okay, I guess I can't read this at my face. Hi, Evo. I guess I could read this out loud. The crystal's call has been answered. Evil vanquished from the land. We are free to soar like griffins. Free, but how? By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. 3 weeks later, Varys finds out about this play and has them all burned to the ground. The end. And on that path we shall make new friends, make new family. We have to. We were all burned to the ground by Varys. And unto them shall we entrust the tale of our deeds, that they may carry our legacy for all eternity. How do you keep this ship afloat? All your financing was cut off. Just keeping an airship in the air, so to speak, is expensive. Anyway, sword in hand, stone to breast, in sword etched he his fading memories. In stone he tempered his skill. But by sword attested, and by sword revealed. The tale can now be told. The end. Not really, there's actually plenty more after this. Including some bacon bread. Which I actually had to do to unlock New Game Plus for this. I'm still gobsmacked by that. I had to go get bacon bread to unlock New Game Plus for this whole arc. Again, I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role. It's in my contract. Thank you. Oh, how funny. This is so amusing. Look at everyone laugh. What is this, a Star Trek TOS episode? I am, of course, not laughing.
Laughter is beneath me, the great darkness that lurks in my soul.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Meanwhile, in Gaug... Wow, that is some extraordinarily low textures. Good lord. It's actual Gabranth. With more presence here than he has in the entire Boja arc that I've seen so far. Sir, further research required. The technology here is very similar to ours. Excellent. Let the Orzeans play with their baubles. True power lies in these walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Who the hell is that? I'm joking, it's the spy on the ship. I recognize him. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway into the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus, won't you agree? What is that from, by the way, Rex? I've seen that before. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. He's actually not here right now. Interesting. Okay, no screwing around today. Making good pace. I want to continue making good pace. Lots of people want to go watch the show. Everything's cool. That's the end of the quest, as far as I'm concerned. Now that's interesting, because it doesn't indicate it's the end of the quest, and it technically isn't. Because there's still actually, you know, the whole, hey, you have to go do the thing. But, you know, honestly, nope, I think we're good. Boop! That was Evilise. Moving on. Let's get Summoner out of the way. It's the one I'm actually missing a skill on. And I still need to test Summoner at 70. It's the only class I still need to test at 70. Right, so now that we're freed, let's delete that forever. Commit, as they say. Summoner, 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 summoner. Question mark? Something's wrong. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna force a reset here. Just go over here. So you notice my main quest thing is not there too. But I think it still thinks I'm in New Game Plus. Yeah, it totally does. Like, you see that, right? It's like, I should have a thing in the upper left. Oh, is there a button that hides it? No, it's still up there, scenario guide. It's still on. I think. Yep, display element. No transparency. Till the dawn of the moon. Yeah, I've never seen that glitch before either. Well, since the game really does want to slow me down today. Valvedrix asked, is Stormblood scoring higher than you expected on the story axis? Yes, but kind of no. Obviously, I don't like Xenos, but if I'm being 100% honest, by memory, especially reanalyzing, most of what I don't like about Xenos hasn't actually happened yet. So... the way it works, Blade Travel, is you say, hey, I've been watching your show a bunch. And I'm like, dude, you're awesome. As a thank you, for people who don't have money to contribute financially to the show, I allow you to put that towards a run of your choosing as if it were a sub. No actual money is transacted, do not be afraid. But I treat it as though you have put money towards something to increase interest, as a way to demonstrate that you are actually interested in seeing one stream or another. Sense make? Stupid helmet. I hope you know what you're going to put it towards, Blade Turbo. Okay. Summoner. We have found an ancient ruin of Alect. Isn't that always a bad idea? Always, always. Well, let's go see what the Allagons have in store for us today. It's the worst that could happen. Would you like a list? I think we could come up with a hell of a list for that. We spent some time on it. You know, I don't know why people say this game doesn't have good graphics. I mean, personally, I think the graphics are just fine. I don't... It certainly isn't, like, modern AAA title-worthy, but, you know... I think those people are just asking too much of this game. I mean, Square Enix is a tiny little indie studio. They can't possibly... Alright, I'm done. I am making fun, to be clear, but get rid of that goddamn fog effect. Whatever this weather is, it's just fog. It's awful. It's so awful. Okay, so, what do you got for me? What'd you find in this Allagon ruin? Okay. A book. Cool. Let's get away from Bregman before she anti-aliases the universe. Like, the whole thing is bad here. You can see over here, too. It's just... blur, blur. It's just... The book is a primal, yes. Well, I've never seen this story. Like, we're pretty much off the map for me, with only a few exceptions. I'm not actually joking. It is an Allagon tome. I wasn't making that up. It's the Octopath crossover. I knew it! It's shabby and terrible, but it's got great content. Principia at your service. I am a humbly familiar with the doctrine of summoning. The book is talking to me. You must keep it contained. Have I given offense? Strange, for I am equipped with offensive capabilities. I am not equipped with offensive capabilities. Imparting the art of summoning is my function, and instruction manual is my form. A manual? Correct. When open to the presence of summoners, I am bound to awaken and share the secrets of summoning. You have a active soul crystal, yes? Yeah, I think that bacon bread just... Why does it have teeth? What possible reason would there be to design a book that speaks and give it teeth? So, blah, 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 blah. So they decided to make a book to pass on the art of summoning because summoners get old and die. Okay, lips would be worse. You know, even worse? Human teeth. I'm not even making a Sonic meme. Just imagine this thing with human teeth. Listen, Rax, we've got to make a book with teeth rather than teach the next generation. Also, this thing literally summons monsters for us to fight to teach us, which almost qualifies as meta. That gives me a story idea. Okay, so imagine you're playing a Final Fantasy. And, like, you know how some RPGs have an item that forces a random encounter? Imagine there's, like, a way you could do that in lore, and you summon something and then fight it and then get stronger from it. I just realized I'm describing the story to Devil May Cry 4. My bad. Oh, I should probably summon my, thing. You may call me Prin. Or Pia. Principia is your freaking name. It's right there. Anyways, let's summon him. There we go. Hey, what's up? Don't mind me. Just be destroying your face. Oh, it's dead. Or a tongue, yeah. You've bested the first challenge. There are few summoners who have boasted this degree of native might. Okay. You've achieved such potency through not but the study of ancient wisdom is astonishing. With a little polish, you could be superpower. I thought he was polished, but... okay, whatever. If you would know more of past practices, you need only ask. Yeah, sure, go ahead, ask whatever. What age in which you were created? You appear to like the technological advancements that dominate the constructs of the latter days of Aleg's civilization. Yes, I was penned by Master Suri, a preeminent summoner. He was in fact the last Master Summoner of the Allegan Empire's reign. Right to date myself, my creation would have taken place just before the Empire's collapse, solidly within the richest era of etherochemical discovery. You might wonder why science was excluded from my invention. I assure you there's a reason. In the beginning, the Allegans rose to superiority through their mastery of magecraft. It is all the very first wielders of summoner magic made do with grimoires fashioned of leather and ink and parchment. It came a tipping point when mundane scientists began to progress with ever-growing rapidity. These advances were married with the arcane and etherochemical technology was born. Oh my god, Rax. Even as the harnessing of master lightning technologies gave rise to recording mediums, techniques were developed that allowed complex arcane geometries to be instantly plotted. Traditional grimoires were replaced by devastatingly efficient and elegant weapons. Convenience did not lend themselves well to the instruction of initiates. Beyond such considerations, new mediums could not be perused without dedicated machinery, and their manufacture was no simple matter. So they made tomestones to teach newbies. The way it hops there is weirdly disturbing. Is that just me? Just kind of hops up, down. Just weirdly. I don't know. It's... And now to flee from Bragwin quick before she kills me. Let's see. So, what do we got here? Right. So Evo did ask a question. I was going to answer it. What the heck is that? Is that just... I don't know Ida's outfit was in this game. Whatever. Ida's second outfit, excuse me. So, Evo asks, what are schoolyard politics? Is it just simplified politics? No. The interesting thing is, I can't answer you in one sentence, or a paragraph, or probably even a page, Evo, because the problem is, most different types of psychological interaction between human beings tend to be rather nuanced. Let's just go figure. The point is, however, schoolyard politics is at once a little bit more vicious and yet substantially lower stakes, with no reduction of how much impact they tend to have on the people in question. Because kids don't understand, but aren't actively malicious, but don't understand, and therefore don't actually hold themselves back, and there's just all sorts of crap that goes into it. It gets worse from there, too. Like, by the time you get to high school, they have the intellectual understanding to be able to, you know, politic, without the emotional maturity or wisdom to politic properly. And then those people never actually mature, emotionally or mentally, and then they become politicians. Apparently, this thing can literally gauge my level in lore. That's not a joke, that's what it just said. Unfortunately, we need more summoners to do the next thing. Lore, your deeds have caught the attention of the highest echelons of the flames. After what you've learned of what you're capable of, we've begun an initiative to take our own summoners into battle against primals. So, we've successfully taught, Soul... Okay, that's a terrifying idea, but okay, sure, whatever. He's been here for days begging me to teach them in the summoning arts. So why don't we use this newbie book instead? How's that sound? Yeah, Omega literally does have level checkers, that's true. Literally. Let's see. Complete. Here's my prospective summoners. Denise, who is wearing far too little clothing, and simultaneously far too much. Crispin, who is wearing far too much clothing, and simultaneously far too little. What is this outfit? They all have this outfit on. What is this nonsense? Is that the 70 summoner outfit? Because I am not wearing that. God, thank God. What is that? Alright, whatever. Let's begin the briefing. Yeah, they've got boob drapes, and they're just, like, bad. Bad shape, bad position, bad color utilization, bad contrast. The second challenge will evaluate the elegance of your technique. Okay. You want to study our flair for death flares. Should be, Gary. I might be late, FYI. But should be. Apparently a lot of people in the barracks admire us. Which means they're not gonna go easy on me. Okay. I'm level 80. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You got it, Blade Terval. Give me one moment. I mean, given the outfit I'm on, I'm pretty well covered here. They're like, can we wear an outfit like yours? Yeah, I guess. And thank you for watching my show, Blade Terval. Oh no. We down here? Nope, one more. Yep, we're literally playing Pokemon at this point. It's hard to describe, but it's effectively a whole bunch of games smashed into one, period. Imagine if you could play all 3 of the old Mario games on a single cartridge, that sort of thing, period. Are we done here? Did I beat you enough? Nope. Sorry. Are we good? We good? We're good. Dancing mad. Easy answer. Pictures clear. Your technique is a thing of exquisite beauty. Yay. You've opened my eyes. Yes. A comment. Apparently, Valvatrix. To be continued. I can only read so many things so quickly, apparently. Alright, I'm trying to read what the hell Disco's saying here. Interesting, Disco. But no, you don't have to link, because I'm pretty sure I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't remember if I talked about it, but I'm going to assume I didn't, because you were bringing it up. Then again, people like to bring up things I talk about in my videos all the time, so grain of salt. Either way, if that is what I think it is, and I'm almost assured that it is, then I decided to just kind of eject that from even considering. Quite frankly, Toy Story 1 doesn't have a whole lot of meat on its bones. There was a lot more interesting things to talk about with regards to the construction of the company and the technology that went into its development, rather than the movie itself. Don't worry, henceforth we will have movies to actually talk. Belias. Apparently, Master Sari once slew Belias. You know, the guy we fought not too long ago. Machine-enhanced summons. That sounds like fun. Come on, there we go. Apparently, summoning was actually reviled publicly towards the end of the Alagon Empire's reign. Most of the summoners were either literally hounded or killed, and the book was locked away. Alright, now to answer all of Disco's questions. Of course they do, Rax. My temporal timing remains as exquisite as always. The final trial. There's actually 2 quests after this. Alright. What are we doing? This I cannot tell you. Cannot or will not? I do not keep this detail from you for my own amusement. It must be a secret. Okay. Alright. Well, let's go find the acolytes and go fight against stuff. I'm so sorry, Von Falkenstein. Actually, what I really mean is Ahem. So now I gotta go read what I misread. Are you more excited or nervous? Nervous. I'm not actually all that excited. I feel no excitement. There is no joy. No happiness. Only the eternal death of endless screaming. Thank you, Dream Whisperer. As always. Much appreciate. And I will put that towards lower decks. Give me a moment. Wait, what? I gotta read that one out loud. This will be the final and most grueling challenge. Pray ready yourself, Master, that you are not reduced to so much gruel. Let's freaking go. Oh no. The Immortal Colleagues are under attack. We've got to go rescue them in a solo-only dungeon that only exists to make me more pissed off at the game. I think that's actually the reason they have solo-only dungeons in this game. They're like, you know what? That lore guy, Scrum! By the way, you put that towards lower decks for the audio acknowledgement. Thank you again, Drew Whisperer. I've located a survivor. Let us ensure his continued survival. I do like the way the book talks. That's true, Van Falkenstein. Everyone quit this game. Well, not everyone. Rax, you need to quit this game immediately. That way I can say everyone quit the game. Oh no, it's Sephiroth. How the hell? Oh, jeez. Hang on. Give in, Rax. Give in to your anger. At FF14. Just think of all the other MMOs you could play instead. Like... Anyways, the point being... Elite Dangerous would count if it actually had content in it. Although, for whatever shade I might throw at Elite Dangerous, it has more content than Star Citizen ever will. Make of that what you will. I don't mean to throw too much shade at Elite Dangerous. It's just very much not my kind of game. To use my own terminology, there is no content in it. There's nothing to do. It's like, well, this was cool, but like, and? You know what I mean? And I get it. I do get it. I actually know several people who play it and enjoy it quite a bit. Yeah, it's a sandbox space simulated arcade game. That's what it is. There's just content. I probably need a bit different word than that. I'll save you. I mean, it's not that I don't believe you, Rex, but I don't believe you, Rex. I mean, I've seen stranger things happen in my life, so it's not like it's completely out of bounds. One more. That lol, Von Falkenstein. Sorry, I was just thinking. Okay, so hang on. Questions. How rare is it to find a game where Earth isn't the antagonist that makes its colonies miserable towards civil war? I mean, game-wise, I don't know. It is an extremely common story arc to have the first interstellar colonies, you know, be the United States. To just put that as bluntly as I can. I'm going to confess ignorance here. Which one was Everspace 2? I feel like I've seen that one. Have I played that one? Oh, early access. I have not played this. I was gonna say, I think I've played Everspace, the first one. Anomalous potential confirmed. Commencing scan. Beep boop. Scan engaged. Yeah, I think I've played Everspace. Latent ethereal capacity immeasurable. So in case you think I was joking about how our battery size is gargantuan, there it is right there on screen. Standard parameters exceeded. Reinitializing system. Oh, Freelancer. If only. Nice. Is that the 7D armor? What, he wants another go round? Hop, hop, hop. Master Sari! Wait, what? Ah, Principia. That should suffice. Vroom, 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 vroom. No! What did you do to Prin? I murdered him horribly. I just added another layer of security. Don't disappoint me, Summoner. Okay. Well, he vanished. It's almost as if he was summoned. Thal's teeth. That's a new one. I don't know, Rax. Wait a minute. Don't you have white hair? So we did it. Yay. Ooh. Thank you for saving us from death. You're welcome. Go halfway across the world. Again. Let's see. Questions. Top 5 villains just from video games. Ooh. So that still qualifies Arcturus, Mengsk, and Kefka. I'm not going to cheat and add Palpatine to the list. We got 2. I'm going to put Delita up there, so that's 3. Oh gosh. Now I gotta take a minute. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Emmett Selk. So now I'm having trouble limiting it to 5. So, what was meant to be Laura's final test? What makes you so sure it was Master Sari? Ethereal evidence? Duh. Also the voice. The only aspect which gives me pause is his behavior. He's never one to harm others with such callous indifference. There's a larger inconsistency here. Your creator died a few thousand years ago. It could have been a clone. I mean, there's some Alagon tech there. Yeah, that would explain a lot. You tempered with your enchantments? Are you not unharmed? Yeah, I'm fine. Then your secrets are lost to us if only Lord had been able to attempt the third challenge. Attempt? You already passed it. Allow me to explain. The third challenge is a test of your nature. Thus does the trial require the presence of companions and a realistic threat. Master Sari's ambush did, of course, bring an unexpected dimension to proceedings. Yet the Master leapt to the aid of fellow summoners without hesitation and braved considerable danger to see they were safely rescued. Selfless acts that more than qualify you as a worthy successor. You cannot countenance the idea that such knowledge might be put to evil ends. I don't understand why this display of violence so confused me. Aye, all the more reason to suspect he's an imposter. Indeed. Oh, well, that sucks. You have an impressively developed moral compass for a book. I possess neither morals nor a compass. Right. Anyways. Go level some. Okay. I could see Kreia being high up there. I do rather enjoy the Elusive Man as well. And several FF villains I'm just restraining myself from mentioning, because I've already said 2. Okay. They struck so much of the summoning art from their records. Let's go check the local archaeologist to see if he's found anything in their records. Question. Now I'm having trouble just thinking of villains. Yeah. Let's just look at the games I've reviewed. What have we got here? The Beast from Homeworld Cataclysm. That's a very memorable, very terrifying villain. Hey, what's up? Yes, so... we have an idea. Rowena. Aye, Rowena. Rowena? Rowena. What else I got here? Grave... oh my god! Excuse me, Gravemind probably qualifies. At least in one of the games. What can I do for you? Yeah, I'd like to take your stuff. Oh, okay, well... I guess... we're actually getting her tombstones to decrypt them to see if they have any information on summoning. That's kind of an interesting idea. Let's see here. Cyberpunk, Home, Horizon, Assassin's Creed, DOS 2, Pokemon, Dragon Quest. I've barely begun skimming our first volume, but there's already some promising passages. Let's wake Prin. Okay. All the Mega Mans. Marios. Ghost Trick. This charming tone is Principia. It's a sentient familiar. Pleasure to meet you. Hi. Yeah. Anyway. So. The fruits of the Master Summoner's research must be seized in Imperial military communication. Apparently the military, the army, had more than a passing interest in the experiments. What's the purpose of this research? What the hell? The desire to wed summoning magics with etherochemical technology. So he wanted to turn machines to enhance traditional summoning methods. Correct. He was worried they were going to abuse the power. So he wasn't sure they could take it. So, lots of death happened. And then he cloistered himself away. And then he cloistered me away. And then I don't know what happened after that. Oh yeah, then there's the Zeldas, which have had several memorable villains. Although I'm not sure I put any of them at the top. Like, Majora is certainly fascinating, but part of what makes Majora fascinating is we know so little about it. And Ganondorf never really gets to the point of being interesting because they never let him, because they're stupid. So I'm not sure Zelda qualifies as having good villains. Thank you, Starbreeze Twitch, always. I'm glad you like my vids. Oof. I'll go ahead and jot that down. Or nothing. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Let's see. The army took over his research, lauded his experiments as exceptionally dangerous but ripe with potential applications. One cataclysmic accident later, that was the end of that. The artificial island is Seal Rock, the very site of our encounter with present-day Suri. During the battle, my creator Simulacrum exhibited the ability to summon multiple Eggy simultaneously. This can be traced back to his receipt into machine-enhanced summoning. Let's see. We awoke the remnants. It all makes sense. Mayhap we solved the mystery who the attacker was, but... man, where did he flee? Well, there's apparently something called the Etherochemical Research Facility. Oh, I've been there. You know of the place? Is it far? Yeah, it's a little far. It's in Az's Law. Oh, well, shoot. Okay. Yeah, where is it? Oh. Oh yeah, while we're on the subject of good video game villains, Handsome Jack. Someone who, if we're being blunt, is probably about half of why the Borderlands games have good story. What else we got here? GLaDOS from Portal, who probably qualifies. And that's all the games I've reviewed for now. There's also a bunch of, you know, villains from multiple MMOs I could mention here, which I'm trying to restrain myself from, because those MMOs are Star Trek, or Star Wars, or Final Fantasy, or Warcraft, and I'm trying to limit myself on that. Oh, so the seal he put on me only goes away with his demise. Well, let's go kill him. To Az's Law. I realize I've been there before, right? How are you gonna get there? Apparently I'm going to be able to summon Bahamut. That should be interesting. See that as we get there. Oh, hey, everyone got here. Hey, everybody. Hi. It's more fantastical than I imagined, but we must let ourselves get distracted by the scenery. Okay. We have to determine if our enemy is a clone or not. It seemed almost otherworldly. But the job remains the same. Kill him in his stupid face. I gotta be real, this doesn't bode well. We've been here almost an hour just doing one quest arc. Oh no, that's not true. We also had the last of the evil-y stuff. That's okay. I mean, it sucks, but it's okay. So that means we're gonna be stuck in quest hell today and probably tomorrow. If we finish early, we could go ahead and switch over to blue stuff, although I don't know what I really need to do blue, and frankly, I'm not even sure how much I can get into blue, because I am super not doing the whole carnival thing. It's hard to judge Blue Mage as a class, because it's kind of not a class, if you think about it. Like, what is a Blue Mage? Well... further up. Yeah. Oh no! I predicted you'd be the first to find me. A lesser summoner would have been slain. Evil laughter. Sari's clone, it's there! A clone? Ah, you seek to explain my existence. An understandable theory, but I am far more than one of those clumsy creations. You had best abandon this flawed perception, lest it lead you down the path of failure. I wish you inside. Potential. You will pass my test, your true final intentions, or you will die never knowing what I am. Okay. Is that a threat? Or what is that? Thal's teeth! So we know Thal has 2 body parts. Did you see that? It's akin to the dismissing of a summoned entity. So you're saying it looked like an Eggy, one that's wearing Sari's face, but how can it look so solid? Well, with the aid of a computational machine, it would be theoretically possible to construct Ether into a near-perfect replica of a corporeal form. He's summoned using a machine? Yeah. Duh. There we go. Ahem. We can pop her up. Whatever. Alright, so, he's a summoned construct, but then who's the summoner? Got to go the master. Squash the summoner. Crush him like a bug. So the Eggy will be even stronger than last time. We must crush him like a bug again. We got this. Summoner squad, go. It's 3 people. Does it even qualify as a squad? Let's do it. I'm curious of something. That's what I thought. Oh well. So Valvedrix asks a good question, which I'll probably talk about while we fight this upcoming boss. Is this summoner what I would do if I was to put a summoner into an MMO? First of all, no, not at all. This is an elemental mage. Now, that's fine, and elemental mages are cool, but this is not what I would make a summoner at all. Sorry, Captain, I'm afraid I can't do that. To do so would run contrary to the purpose for which I was created. Surely you must now realize my true nature. You are a mechanical summon. You are no match for the summoner who stands before you. Ah, very good, but your conjecture missed the mark. What I am is a defense mechanism that is capable of self-enhancement to combat greater threats. Shall I phrase it in simple terms? I am compelled to harness the potential through main force comprised ether of a new guardian entity, etc., etc. You mean to kill Lore and make an Eggy of the Warrior of Light? Have we reached understanding? A peaceful conclusion to this encounter was never forthcoming. This reasoning is so broken down. Your deeds have saved countless lives and will continue to do so. How can one justify killing you when you embody the very principles for which summoning magic was invented? Any luck finding the summoner? Yeah. I'm shocked we missed it. The true enemy is up there. CPU core. Observant, you have uncovered Master Summoner Sari's greatest masterpiece, an artificially sentient evocation matrix. Complexity of my design simply cannot be compared to the primitive principles used in Principia's construction. Your defeat is inevitable. We will kill you. And then we will summon a summoned version of you. And then we'll do... I don't know what next, honestly. Tough talk for an aging machine whose logic channels have rusted with disuse. Master, might you and your companions dispose of this unsightly and unseemly amalgamation of refuse? If I must. And I got that towards Planescape Torment. Thank you, Starbreeze. I agree with Blade Travel. Summoner is, quite frankly, a better black mage in fantasy, in visuals and aesthetics, than, you know, black mage is. Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So, people who've played this game, is there a way to make it... Is there an option somewhere so that upon using an ability, it acts as if you hit tab? I was wondering that earlier, and I meant to ask earlier, and I completely spaced it, because, you know, I have no brain. Who made it angry? Yeah, Raleigh. I'll also say, of the three mages, Summoner, as of current, feels the most like a mage to me. Come on. There we go. Again, pure aesthetics in terms of style, approach, combat, etc. Did I lose chat? I might have lost chat. Did I lose internet? No, I appear to still be live. That's okay. Interesting device to construct. Machine's out of control. Literally just spamming high voltage now. Ignore the Eggy. Destroy the machine. Okay. Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 really is in love with the idea, the boss design, where you're supposed to completely ignore the ads. Oh, hang on, we did it. And just focus entirely on the boss. And they really like to use that boss design a lot. It's weird, actually. We did it! We beat the ancient Allagon Super Tech, which... Didn't I say this is a bad idea? Whatever. We did it! Successes celebrated. I was not crafted to experience emotion, but I feel a rustle of satisfaction in my pages. We did it. Woo. More celebration. Who the hell are you? Oh, right. What? See, what I would probably do, Valvedrix, is I would design a summoner around summoning, and their cooldown nuke, you know, the big 90-second, 2-minute, 5-minute nuke, that would be the kind of a thing. That, or maybe the ability to pull from Warlock's page for a second, temporarily get rid of your pet in exchange for just beating the crap out of whatever's in front of you for like 10 seconds. It's like, absorb the pet for a moment. Okay. Which is similar to what we do with the Dreadworm trance here. I will admit, I've always had issues with the summons in the FFs. I've talked about this before. Almost every time we review the FFs, I'm like, yeah, summons are weird because all they are is big black magic spells. You know, they're just a big AoE spell. Alright, this is it. The greatest secret of summoning. I'm ready! Oh, that was quick. I know Kung Fu. Captain also unearthed a tombstone containing undoctored records of the age. It would seem following the murder of his students, he became increasingly better. Go figure. So he built the machine, and, well, he went crazy. But, you know, whatever. You know how it is. The machine was the older Suri. The book is the younger Suri. And we see which one won that contest. I will swallow the crystals and keep them safe until the next era. What? Fear not, I have no digestive tract. This will be my last task before I go to sleep forever. Okay. I'm so sorry, Ross. And he's dead. Forever. Throw the book in the fire, and we're good. I mean, I don't know. I'm not feeling it for that one. What do y'all think? Yeah, basically Giga Pudding. It's like, okay. I mean, ooh. Yes. And we gain an ability I now have to go figure out how to work. Yeah. So, it just replaces Dreadworm Trance. Oh, hang on. Poke at that briefly, shall we? I don't think that story was bad, but I do think it was kind of predictable from basically the word go. And it's like, okay. We're fighting an insane version of an old, ancient Allagan. Alright, cool. So let's summon Bahamut. Now we have Ankh-Morn. Yay. That's actually it, but that now makes that summoner at 70. Although, ideally, I'd like to do this in something else. I know what I'll do with that. So I'm going to hold off on actually judging summoner for right now. We'll do it in one of the post-patch dungeons. Gameplay-wise. Story-wise, I'm just going to call it a wash. It's not bad. You know, nothing really bothered me, but it's just like, okay. Let's do Paladin. Let's just go down the list. This is it. This is going to be the greatest quest ever done. I'm ready for this. Tournament of the Century. Yeah, you thought we were joking, didn't you? When we kept talking about how Paladin goes back to being a gladiator because for some reason they couldn't think of Paladin quest chains. Oh, I don't even know what to say about this. No. There we go. Let's see. Questions. You know what I would actually probably do if I'm being completely honest, Valvedrix? So I'm big on player choice / build gameplay. You know that. Hang on a sec. Hey, it's me. What's up? What do you got for me? It's an invitation for a fighting tournament. That's it? That's our motivation? There's a fighting tournament? That really is it. Okay. Okay, cool, whatever. I'm big on build and I'm big on player choice. But one thing I've been kind of processing in my mind for a while is how I would do that. And I think... Here's my invitation. Isn't it really, like, really stupid to allow the Warrior of Light to participate in these things? Like, think about that for just a second. Really think about that. Hey, it's a fighting tournament. Who's your opponent? The Warrior of Light. Alright, I forfeit. Anyways. So I haven't just... Okay, I'm talking myself in circles, because I haven't decided. That's kind of the thing here. But one of the ideas I had vaguely bouncing around my head is having each class having 2 specs, kind of WoW style, and each spec being focused on a different type aspect of the class's fantasy, right? So in other words, the idea being that you pick a spec, and then within those specs you have some malleability of specific abilities and how they work, and the evil Black Lotus. It's Black Atlas that's gonna win. Lotus. Black Lotus. What he said! Right. Getting back to the point, Summoner would probably have 2 types of summoning concepts. One would be the imbuement, and one would be the pets. Now, I'm not sure how I would want to do that. I guess I could just gauge people's thoughts. So, okay, let's just say for a moment that you could play a summoner. Shocking. Let's say that summoner has the ability to either be a really imbued, essentially a melee, like an elemental melee, think enhancement shaman, or an elemental mage, think summoner, the class we were just playing just a bit ago. Which of those would interest you more? Just from a fun or catching your eye kind of a perspective. So, yes, I'm joining the Ool Cup. Good, good. You're one of the few very best. It pleases me for you seek new challenges. This isn't a challenge, this is a vacation. So what's the rules? So, you lose, you go home, you win, you advance the next match until a champion emerges. That's actually a really stupid way to run a tournament, but far be it from me to tell you how to do your job. Knowing is half the battle. You do well to learn all your competition. Hey! I remember both of them. I just have no one in chat today. I've had really low viewing figures today. I don't know what's up. Unless it's just, oh, he's going through the class quest and evillies. Boop! And just everyone peaced out. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no double elimination, no triple elimination, no loser's bracket, no point progression. Just, you fight until you lose, and you move on. That's bare bones, boring type of progression for a tournament that exists. Yay, the Ool Cup will go towards continued refugee efforts. I agree with that, USN Corp. That's the great problem I run into from a design perspective is when to cut the line. Because it's so easy to say, alright, you should be able to play a summoner who can be a melee and a healer and can buff and debuff and do absolutely everything. Oh, right. Like, it's not, right? It's not hard to imagine a form of a summoner that could fill basically every role. And just go wild with it. It's like, okay, hold on. Let's pull it back. I mean, I should probably mention that in the... So, some of you may or may not be aware of this, that I actually have my own rule set. A pen and paper rule set, which I call the Magasean rule set. And that was built on the bones of 3.5 and was modified heavily to work. And then people really asked me to modify it for 5.0. So I kind of... you're dead, dude. So I kind of modified it a little bit, and I found out that 5.0 is wildly incompatible with 3.5. And after a few more on-the-fly, live modifications, I was like, you know what? Screw it. So I threw all of it out the window, and I've started completely from scratch. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is, in terms of video game design and in terms of pen and paper design, there's several similar parallels that go between the two. The reason I bring that up is, how many classes do you think there are in the new version? I haven't finished the specific rules of yet, but, you know, the general concept, right? I don't have any of my good abilities yet, because Paladin continues to suck. Hey, it's Bronze Bull. What's up? You would do well not to underestimate. No one? God, I have nobody in chat today. This is weird. I feel just bizarre. I don't know how to stream without viewers. I guess I can just talk to the air. Alright, so, air talking. So, it was kind of a trick question, admittedly. Whether or not I have 3 classes or 0 are both valid interpretations of how I have the system set up. It'd be more accurate to say that I would say that there are no actual classes in the final rule set I'm coming up with. Rather, at each level, you can decide to focus on one thing or the other. So if you want to be more melee-focused, well, then you could put your next level towards being more melee-focused, and so forth and so on. And there's permutations there. Obviously, I'm giving you a very broad and loose perspective on it. But you get the general idea. So the idea is you don't play a class. You play whatever you want to play. Which probably gets away a little bit of my mentality when it comes to build, design, and class philosophy. Now, I don't think that kind of a thing would work in a game like this all that well. But at the same time, when it coming back to the summoner question, which is at the heart of all this, the more I think about it, the more I would be very tempted to do something like that in the MMO I do hope to make someday. Essentially just remove classes from the equation and turn it into decisions. If that makes any sense. Let me put it to you this way. Let's imagine that each level you took... This is a really bad way to put this, but let's say that each level you took, you gain X points. And you can distribute those points into anything. You can make your healing better, or get new healing abilities, or attack, or damage, or buff, or debuff, or ranged, or magic, or live abilities, or whatever. Meanwhile, they're just giving the sportsman play-by-play, which I'm not going to read any of that out loud. I can't believe he did it! You should be watching these matches! It's totally cool! Tune in next time! Like, you get the idea. But meanwhile... all this proceeding is untold. The Free Paladin is living up to expectations, yes. Yes! Keep up your winning ways, and win us a fortune! Who would bet against us? Who would be stupid enough to bet against us? We were magnificent. Our match remains etched in my memory and inspire me always. I have no answer to you. Such precious things must have been protected to go so strong. Blah, 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 blah. Beat the snot out of you. We, as you know, he literally just said, as you know. Yeah, players tend to lean towards optimization, but as I've said many times, that doesn't actually bother me, and frankly, I don't even tend to think that in terms of my equations, past a certain degree of acceptability. Let me phrase that differently. If the difference between a normal build and an optimal build is huge, that's bad. if there is a difference between a normal build and an optimal build, who cares? Does that make sense? This goes back to that whole thing about the range, the balance range we've talked about. So far, this is going on really quickly. I'll take that. Why did I say that? Now there's going to be like some 7-year cutscene where we learn about the in-depth lore of tournament having. What do you want to bet? But to go back to your point, US Corp, and I don't mean to sound negative here. I mean, how many meaningful choices are in this game? And there's some. You know, there's about 5. And it gets down to the whole concept of sameness and how much you consider that acceptable or unacceptable. Not acceptable. I don't know what to call that. What word to use. No. The Black Lotus advances. More sportsmanship talk. Do-do-do-do. And yeah, obviously that's another issue too, Pillars of Snow. And that's... I mean, you're right, US Corp. You're absolutely right. Which is exactly the point I was trying to make. She lost. Mila lost. So much for the lauded first sword. What will we do? The Black Lotus could ruin everything. If he wins the tournament, we'll be neck deep in debt, which won't actually be that bad because you're about 3 feet tall. Meanwhile, they're going to go cheat because... Is that seriously our story arc? Our story arc is just... There's some assholes who are betting and trying to fix matches. That's the story arc you're going with? Okay, whatever. I don't even care at this point. Words. You... Okay. Where? Why? Listen. We can't have good storytelling in Paladin quests. We used that all up in the Gladiator chain way back in ARR. It's been downhill ever since. I'm not even joking about that. I feel like I'm not getting my point across, Unicorp, so do forgive me. I will go ahead and say I have played games. The Black Lotus is being threatened to pull out of the fight. Dun dun dun. You bastard. You'll make the right decision. Mwahaha, I'm pure evil. Bye. No. It's I am fighting off a bit of a headache. I did take a pill earlier, which I'm just kind of waiting to kick in. That sucks. I'm legitimately having trouble getting across my point. I'm talking in 3 directions at once, and that's the issue. Because there's several things to be considered when it comes to this kind of concept. So let's rewind for a second. What it really boils down, let's get rid of all the nonsense, all the details, all that. Let's parse it down to what really, really, really matters. And that is whatever you decide matters, which is exactly my point. So to explain that a little bit, you have a choice as a game designer, whether it's for pen and paper, for a video game, or for an MMO. And your choice is, what do you care about most? Do you care about having the most balanced experience possible? Do you care about making sure each class feels and plays as distinct from each other as possible? Do you care about the players having meaningful choices? Or do you care about the players having choices at all? And you get my point, right? Like, you have to decide what is your top priority when it comes to designing your thing. So obviously for my pen and paper game, the biggest choice, the highest priority for me is fun. But the second highest priority is giving them cool stuff, right? I want them to have choices, and I want to make cool stuff. I could just design classes, FF14 style. I could say, okay, here, boom, this is it, and that's all you are, and every time you level up, you get stronger. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no flaw in that design philosophy. It's just, you progress, you get better. FF4, right? It's just from a design perspective and from my personal philosophy, I tend to place builds, choices, basically, a little bit higher than that. So, I want my players to be able to choose something and pick something, and let's say I do make that MMO, and people are going to say, oh, this meta's broken, or this one's stupid, or only an idiot would play this, and blah, blah, blah. And the problem is there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, for God's sakes, there are people who do that in this game, and there are no builds in this game. You have to bring this DPS, this tank, and this healer to this fight. So people are going to people, is what I'm trying to say. And so I personally tend to deprioritize that kind of feedback, if that makes any sense. So that was the initial point I was trying to get across. The fact that there's going to be an optimal build and a best build doesn't matter to me. As long as it's not too optimal. Like, I'm trying to think of an example that isn't Guild Wars 2. Give me a minute here. Oh no, the Black Lotus is withdrawn. Lore Runner's the winner by default. The Black Lotus is Aldous! Da-na-na-na! We'll relay more information as is available. Please bear with us. What is the meaning of this? Apologies, but I'm as much in the dark as you are. You must figure out what's going on. You! Go figure out what's going on. Well, someone consider default the sweetest word. I know you do not. I mean, I was going to win this to begin with. That doesn't change my mind on anything. Okay. Pearl Lane. I can do that. One of the best examples I can think of is unfortunately from a very old MMO. EverQuest. And I don't think that's a great example. Because it's an old MMO. But whatever, we're going to run with it. Back in EverQuest, they came out with this class called Necromancer. Necromancer was brokenly overpowered. Necromancer could summon minions which kind of didn't die. They just stayed there and tanked forever. Didn't do a lot of damage. But the point is they would tank and they would live essentially forever. And the Necros also had the ability called Feign Death, which completely removes them from the enemy's aggro table. You see the problem here. So you could have a Necro go up and tank bosses just by throwing its minions at it, and then Feign Death, and then just and then walk away from the keyboard. That's too much, right? Like in my book, that's okay. Hold up. Pause. Let's fix that. Let's actually resolve that into something that's a little bit more manageable and a little bit more in line with other things. So there you go. There's an example of massively out of balance gameplay in an MMO. Anyways, it's Aldous Lorshock. Why are we smiling? Anyways, you wonder why I abandoned the arena. Well, okay. So, I've been a vagabond. Okay. Helped a child in need. Okay. So, he decided he wanted to learn swordplay with me once he had figured out what my job was. Okay. Now, those two came in with their threats. They mistook the boy for my own and took him hostage and demanded I pull from the tournament. Okay. I knew it was you from the moment we fought. Ah, Mila, ravishing as ever. Exactly, Little Ion. The performance gap, which is a good phrase for that, should be there. Let's be clear. There absolutely should be a performance gap. But you want to sweet spot it. You don't want it to be this. I like how he literally is repeating the story to her that he just told to us. Except he left out the fact that it's an adopted child, not actually his child. She's, of course, wigging out, because he just mentioned that he has a son. And we already know where that's going. Oh, for goodness sakes. Now, there is another... So there's two other things, actually, that need to be counted. Let's talk about MMOs specifically. So, there's the so-called high end of MMOs. And the high end is... No, I'm not here to laugh. I want to get for information. Where do I even begin with this? Give me a second. Let me think about this. In my big mouth. Okay, okay. I know what happened. Well, thank you for telling me. I will not kill you now. One of the other things you have to decide as a designer of an MMO is how much you care about the high end. And I know that sounds weird, but let me try to explain this a little bit. Is that a blue mage outfit? What is that staff? It's a little bomb. It's weird. Imagine for a moment that... I'll use actual numbers that I know from another MMO I'm not going to name. 3%. No, the truth. Where's the... Oh, this person, right? No, the truth. Hi, Michaelvania. Michaelvania. Drop rate for Zebrahoos. Shush! 3%. 3% of your player base are the ones who engage in the high end of content, okay? Now, what I mean by how much you care about the high end is you have to decide how much of your time and energy you manage and develop and design based on the high end. So let's use FF14 as a direct example. How many people do the Unreals, the Ultimates, and the Savages, to use a direct example? What do you want? Your clothes, your boots, and your chocobo. You want my what? What depends on region? Oh, right. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the percentage. Ignore the percentage for a second. The relevant thing is you have to decide how much you care about that percentage, however big they are. Right? So why this is so relevant when you begin your designing of your game is because you have to decide how much you're going to care about the things that only really affect the highest end of content. Let me phrase this differently. If, random example, Dark Knight was ridiculously overpowered and Paladin was underpowered, but you could do all the content on Paladin other than Savages and Unreals and Extremes. Right? Or Ultimates, sorry, not Extremes. Ultimates. So Paladin is good enough for everything except the high end. How much do you care? And I'm not saying that to be derogatory. It is a decision. You have to decide how much you care about how much that affects just the high end of content. And by the way, there is another high end of content, and that is PvP. Because PvP has been the bane of every MMO since the old days. Oh, God has it. So, you would care a lot. I admit, I would not. Now, don't mistake me. I do want the gap to be shrunk, and I think I would work to shrink that gap. But if that just means then the high end is all that's affected, then who gives a damn? Really strong as well. I'm going to train so I can be super strong. That's really cool, kid. This boy just call you uncle? Well, I'm a little too gone to be his playmate. What of it? Wait. Don't tell me you assumed he was, you know... Well, that explains your black mood. To prevent further misunderstanding, he isn't mine. A chance to help him, we can become friends, that's all. Oh, well, it's not like I care or anything, baka! This is... Okay. So now I'm going to fight Aldous. I'm just going to summarize. You get the idea. Now. So US Corp would care a great deal if they were designing a game. And, you know, so US Corp would then, therefore, use a huge amount of time and effort and resources trying to balance the game out so that everything is nice, you know, shrink the gap specifically for the high end. Now, let's use the WoW presumed numbers. That would mean 97% of the audience would never even see the changes, the decisions, or understand why US Corp would do those balance changes. But, from the zoomed out perspective and from taking everything into account, there would be a reason and a logic to it. Make sense? Now let's take my perspective. I would say screw it, which would mean that 3% would probably hate my guts. And they would be like, oh my god, we always have to bring this exact class and this exact spec, or build, or whatever, in order to do the high end of stuff. To which I would just kind of shrug. And they would rightfully be complaining about that, admittedly. But again, I would devote my energy elsewhere, like designing fights, and designing classes, and designing, you know, content and story and stuff like that. It's all about allocation of resources. Meanwhile, she's still super tsundere, yandere, I don't know, whatever. Whichever one it is. I wonder what ability we're about to learn that we already have. Give Aldous a kiss for me with the rim of your shield. Okay. And see, that's a very valid perspective, US Corp. And you know me, or actually you probably don't know me, but I have that saying that I use often, dictator with counsel. So if my writer's room, if my group of people try to convince me that I have to care more about the high end of content, then I would care more about the high end of content. I don't think you could convince me to put it at the top of the priority list. I really think that's just mismanagement and misallocation of resources, from a pure managerial perspective, right? And I know this because I've seen MMOs do that. I've actually seen several MMOs. Oh my god, it's Aldous! But yeah, I've seen MMOs do this. And, yeah, it doesn't turn out well when they really focus their time and attention on the high end. And it really causes issues to everyone else. So apparently the rules are, once a gladiator has been expelled, they are not allowed to fight anymore. Nevertheless, will you not let Laura and I fight? We promised to give you a good match. I mean, you want to see us fight, right? Right? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Hellspawn, very, very much. As always. If you know where you want those to go, please let me know. Now, most MMOs out there have never even addressed this question when they should have. They have stumbled into it and spent years trying to figure out how to make this work after the fact, right? Yeah, I'm good. So, all the big MMOs, you know, Guild Wars 2, ESO, WoW, FF14, all of them didn't sit down and think, what do we care about? They made a game, and then, oh shoot, we've had issues. Oh shoot, we've had issues. Oh shoot, we've had issues. And they just kind of stumbled their way to solutions over the years. But if I were designing a game, I would start with this question. Which resources do I allocate where and how? You got it. Age of Empires, once again. 2, specifically. That... I mean, I can't disagree with you, US Corp, because I have no evidence to the account. I mean, I will admit I don't care that the game is that balanced for high-end content. In my opinion, it doesn't actually matter. I am just one person who's quit this game like 3 times now. I believe we'll be going with the definitive edition. Pretty sure that's the one on the list. Well, no, I'm not even trying to be dismissive of myself, USM Corp. I know that my opinion doesn't really matter. I have done high-end before, both in the PvP territory as well as in the raid territory. And there certainly is a whole mentality that goes into that. I mostly quit it because it's a time consumer, and I don't have a surfeit of time these days, you know? The truth is, though, our goals are not mutually exclusive either. So let me push this in a different direction. Much as I hate to bring up WoW, there are several points in WoW's history in which there's not really an optimal build for the high end. The Mythics, the Heroics, the Heroic 25-man raids. You can bring whatever as long as you bring someone who's good, and you can make it work because the game was sufficiently balanced while still allowing for builds, while still allowing for, you know, and all of the stuff, basically everything we had talked about. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what's the catch? And I'll tell you exactly what the catch was. The catch was the fact that in order to do that, they had to put an enormous amount of resources into that. They have literally had, past tense, literally had dozens upon dozens of people in multiple teams doing play tests, live tests, raid tests, and just crunching numbers to try and make sure everything was, you know, shrinking this band. Shrinking the, what did you call it in chat earlier? The performance gap. Shrinking the performance gap. And that's awesome, but you see the counterpoint there, you know, that takes a huge amount of time, effort, and resources devoted pretty much entirely towards making it all work. Okay. The what? So the gladiatorial arena tournament was originally designed in order to train people in the gladiatorial arts. Then it turned into a money thing. And now they're trying to make it more into a training thing. So I ask, can you remove his exile? He says, she says, why were you exiled? He says, well, it's because I was bribed. She says, okay. There's also one other caveat on top of all of this, Yosin Corp. Hey, the kid's got a full outfit now. So let's assume let's just make up a fantasy situation. Let's say you and I are both on the creative design team. We're sitting there making the classes, making the talents, the builds, whatever. You know, however we go it. There's several ways to do that. We sit down and we make all these builds and we say, here's the classes. Now what we can then do is, having spent a substantial amount of time and effort on the classes, we could actually then hand that off to another team entirely, who can then work separate and segregate from us on balancing them, right? So what I'm trying to say is, while it will take more resources, because you'd have to hire more people, more staff, more teams, and you'd have to have coordination between the two teams, the fact is that is a feasible option. And I know at least 2 MMOs that have done exactly this. They literally just hand it off to the balancing team. They design the stuff, and then they hand it off and say, here, make this work, make this balanced, tell us what changes are needed. And every now and again, a certain ability or a certain thing has to just be completely removed because there's no way to balance it, right? But for the most part, it's mostly just numbers. Make this do this percent at this point, put this thing over here, etc., etc. So we could have our cake and eat it too, it just costs more. And that way we could balance for the high end and still have variety in class design. Which, that sounds mean. I'm not saying FF14 doesn't have variety in class design. You get my point. You get my point. So I'm good to return to the Colosseum? Yeah. I never dreamed this day would come. I suppose I'll resume my wanderings. You've been given a royal pardon! Myla, you watched Lore and I fight. For all my training, all my hardships, I was no match for him. You never were! Sorry. Worry not, I'll visit when I can. After all, there's a filly back home who whinnies incessantly after me. This is just... I'd like to argue at least an aggregate negative for this story arc. Thoughts? It's actually non-offensive on the gameplay style. In fact, it's probably one of the better ones in the gameplay axis, which is sad. But it's just, okay. Really? We get passage of arms from this stupid quest? Okay. Next! Warrior. Let's go. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Now, see, ideally, that's actually exactly what I'd like to do. I just kind of gave away my hand there, US Corp. The ideal would be to have the money of, say, Amazon, and be able to afford extra teams to be able to do that kind of thing. Now, you can't throw money at everything and fix everything. It doesn't work that way. But there are certain things you can stretch out. Say you work on this, this, and this simultaneously, and there are ways to do that. It's just only specific aspects of game design can be subletted like that. Some things you really have to have in the core team. Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, you ever wonder why I get so pissed at New World? It's because they had all the money of God, and they turned out that piece of dreck. You literally had the cheat codes, the real-life cheat codes, and that garbage is what you put out. What is wrong with you people? Sorry, it just pisses me off. God. Yeah, I changed my mind. Let's give it a full negative. Okay. So, we're gonna go do a duel as a warrior, because we just finished Gladiator, and I guess they really want us to fight other tanks. And yet, do they have the experience to back it up? No. Although, if I'm just gonna be as absolutely blunt as I can be, no excuse. No excuse. We have literally 24 years, depending on how you define it, of MMOs that have existed. If those people actually did their goddamn jobs and actually sat down and did their research and looked through the work and looked through the records and figured out what worked and figured out what didn't work, they could have put out a good game. Instead, they put out New World. I say this without bragging or hyperbole. I, who have never made an MMO, am a better MMO designer than those morons. Why? Okay, whatever. Let's go fight on the Wolves' Den for some reason. We don't even know why we're here. They don't even know why we're here. We're just fighting people. Just warrior things. Lord, oh my God, it's him. Okay. Whew. Okay. So, it's, I'm not sure who this is. Wink. It's definitely not the Marauder trainer again. I mean, it's this questline has already gotten more of a smile out of me than the entire Paladin chain, so, you know, whatever. I like how his combat name is literally someone familiar. somewhat familiar marauder. Fetching fighter. Just... oh my god. I would obviously hire Giga Pudding to help us design some of the cosmetics we would sell. Plus to the class quest for not being paladin. Sold! One positive for not being paladin. It's barely a joke. It's barely a joke. Pain pills starting to kick in. You can tell my mood's going up a bit. Well, yeah, Giga Pudding. I mean, who else is going to make hot chocolate and cookies? Okay, that sounds derogatory. I don't mean it that way. You have exceeded all my expectations. Pains me to say, we're no match for you. God's help us if the Sahagin ever managed to get a warrior on their team. Oh my god! Lore shock! I'm so shocked by this. It was I all along. He actually says that. Look at his reaction. Look at his reaction. We're like, not even a quizzical lifted the brow. Surely our disguises were not as bad as all that. I was expecting to crush Limsa's famed marauders under heel so easily. This is only a warm-up yet. Yes, right? Oh, that's just mean, dude. But now, the evil one approaches. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, that's adorable. I have given in to the beast within. Oh my god, it really is Hildebrand. What the crap? I mean, I'll take that over the misery guts of the last... He's in love, isn't he? Remember, I haven't seen this stuff. This is new to me. She swings like a dream. Can we... Yeah, no, this is just straight up Hildebrand. They just decided, you know, we keep doing quests about the beast within. Let's just lean into it. Which direction? I've got it. You know what? I'm just going to stand in that. Yep. Nope. I'm a warrior. I mean, I think we all know what it's like to want to have that person of gender you desire someday look at you with the look that she looked at Gorge with. Curious Gorge. Hey! How did I up that move? Remember, I have charge at this level. I haven't even hit my heel yet. Here, I'll hit my heel, just for fun. Just so I could completely curb stomp you. Stay your blade. She's calmed down. Are you sure? I can make sure. How did you get back in from being blown like 500 feet that way into the water? Apologies, the will of Koresh burns within me. I was certain that was a reckless thrashing of one overcome by the inner beast. Who are you? Well, you see, I'm a foreign warrior. We actually follow warrior rules, but we don't call it that. Oh, cool. That's pretty cool. Let me explain everything I just said. Can it be controlled? Perhaps I can return home. See, we're sentenced to exile because, you know, we go mad and kill people. Yeah? No, that's pretty legit. Maybe you could train her to, you know, tame her inner beast. By the way, I was kind of joking several weeks ago when I said that each warrior quest was taming the internal beast, but here we are! Taming the internal beast. Again. And he has stumbled on his path. Again. That's 3 quests in a row. I haven't actually given a rating to Samurai yet. I've got lots of experience with it at 70, I just haven't decided what I want to rate it. The problem with Samurai is that 70, it's good. It's only 17 pluses to gameplay. Anyways, yeah, I'll go train the girl. Check a Pokeball. Bonk! Yep, he found it. That's true. He's failed, but he's also found the love of his life. So that's kind of cool. So now we gotta help her tame... Oh my god, it's the same damn thing! It's always about taming the internal beast. Or inner beast. I keep calling it internal, I'm sorry. Inner beast. Okay, whatever. Let's go help her tame her inner beast. If that's a sex thing, I'm out. I'm just saying. First of all, I'm like twice her size. Second of all, like scales, you know? That would chafe. Just imagine. Oh, honey. Never. All ships must die. Okay. Hope Tara isn't here. If she hears me say that, she might be upset with me. That's true. Gorge is going to have much worse of a time with that. Yep, I will definitely stop you. Why is this the way we're doing this? We must tame our inner beast. Okay, so, in order to do this, we're going to engage in an actual military operation in a volatile area, which honestly we probably shouldn't even be fighting in the first place. I know there's such a thing as throwing you into the fire, but really? This is how you're going to do this? Okay. What does this have to do with tanking? Warriors are tanks? Never mind. You know what? Whatever. Again, and again, and again. Wow, they lived through that. Warriors are blue healers. I like it. Go away. I said go away. Yeah, Warrior was a tank from the beginning. It was one of only 2 tanks back in the day. You want to make fun of me? I don't think I've told this story. So when we second started up ARR, in other words, when we were making a real attempt at getting into ARR, we had a choice between Paladin and Warrior. So I did exactly what I always do. I sat down, did my research, and really spent way too much time figuring out which class was best at what and where. You're probably thinking, but Laura, you played Paladin. Yeah, so what my research told me was that Paladins had several good utility abilities that, obviously, you know, weren't warriors, but it was good to have a Paladin and a Warrior. So the idea was I would be a Paladin, and you know, my friend would be a Warrior, and we would have both tanks covered as a consequence. I'm a master of my inner beast. What? Jesus, he is just huge. Like, I'm very tall, and Curious Gorge is bigger than I am. He's definitely not following you. He's in love. I couldn't help but notice your form! Your battle form. Anyone with eyes can see you're hesitating with every swing of your axe. You'll never control your inner beast if you're too afraid to push yourself. Believe me, I know. We had an entire quest chain about it. Afraid, am I? That's rich coming from the pathetic worm I sent flying into the waters of the wolf's pen. Worm, you ungrateful little... Call me that again and I'll call you what I please, Worm. If you have any complaints, take them up with my axe. You're lucky I'm feeling under the weather today. When next we meet, I'll have to beat some matters in that pretty little head of yours. Could you two stop whatever this weird, awkward, pseudo-flirting thing is? I don't mean to hold back, it's just... I thought it better not to worry the others. Right. Yeah, that's how barbarians flirt. I'll beat the crap out of you! I'll beat the crap out of you! Your thrashing of the Mamulja must have been a glorious sight. Not really. If only I could take you to the Azim step. But I could... Okay. I like that expression. That's pretty much exactly my expression. It's like, really? Okay, okay. I'm just gonna move on. You know what? So that's actually a really good point, US and Corp. So something that... Do you know what borrowed power is, US and Corp, as a design philosophy? Their children will be spiky and angry, it's true. Yep, he's totally flirting with her. I have eyes, thank you for pointing it out. So, borrowed power is a legitimate game design philosophy. Now, I don't agree with it. But it's worth noting that it's one of those things that you can do well or badly, just like most things, right? So the idea of borrowed power is to give you something, and it's cool, and you don't really have to worry too much about how cool or how interesting or how fun it is, because you then remove it at some point, either because you've left Bozja or because you've left the expansion. Make sense? Because FF14 does borrowed power too. You just gave several examples. Bozja and Eureka. Now, the catch is, like I said, there's good ways to implement it and there's bad ways to implement it. And frankly, I think WoW's way of implementing it is god-awful terrible, and has been ever since they first started doing it. I much prefer how FF14 does it. So we have a zone, and there's stuff to do, and there has to be stuff to do there. That's important. Hang on a second. Why are we still fighting the Mamulja? Who are the Mamulja? Do we even care about these people? After bashing boulders and topping titans, I've never felt better. Come to slow us down, worm. Stop flirting. How do you even find someone that's the size of your arm sexually attractive? I'm barely exaggerating. She is a small Aura. He is a oversized Rogadin. She is the size of his arm. So, I prefer FF14's approach. I prefer the idea of giving you a playground, is what this concept is. And within the playground, the rules don't have to be the same. So, in other words, you can balance the game and the high-end content and the raids and the PvP and all that crap around its own stuff, you know, the base classes, and then you can balance the playground around the borrowed power, because you again, you know pretty much exactly what you're going to get in there, and frankly, if it's not super balanced, it doesn't matter, because if we're being completely honest with ourselves, Bozja is not super balanced, right? I mean, how many tens of thousands of DPS can glare mages do in Bozja with the right setup? Right? So, I agree, it is a bit of a have your cake and eat it too kind of a situation. And because it not only allows us to have fun stuff while still being balanced, it allows us to experiment with things too, because you can take ideas from that and pull it back into the rest of the game if you want to. And yeah, exactly, Bozja isn't supposed to be balanced, it's supposed to be fun. Now that's the key part though, and this is what FF14 does get right. Not as right as I would like, if I'm being totally honest, but still right. It's a playground, and I already emphasized that, but it really needs to be re-emphasized, because there needs to be stuff to do. Let me explain what I mean by that. Let's say you went into Bozja, and there's fates, and that's it. No quest chain, no story, no relic, no events, no big bosses that are spawned, no single super duels, and no Delibrum or anything like that. Just the fates, nothing else. And yeah, that would suck. That would be like, oh, okay, well, I mean, it's a way to level, but it's boring as sin. There needs to be the playground. There needs to be stuff to do. Now, that does take away time. The development team needs to work on that playground. But I personally think, again, management perspective, I think that it's worth the trade-off to be able to satisfy two completely unrelated aspects of game design with one thing there. Because, yeah, you could just do cool stuff. Let me use an example over in WoW, for those of you familiar with that. Torghast. Torghast is balanced around Torghast. And you go in there and you just get all kinds of super cool stuff. And you could just go through, and it's I could just gush. I could gush for hours. And I'm not going to because we need to get on with it. But my point is, Torghast is amazeballs, right? Now, that's exactly the thing. That's exactly the direction I'm talking with. You know, you have so many cool things. Like, let me try to make up FF14 equivalents of this. Imagine for a moment, yeah, exactly. Imagine for a moment that you had, you're playing a red mage. And let's just say that you get an ability in Torghast that allows you to just cast Flare or Holy every time you kill an enemy. So you kill an enemy and it just comes up off proc. Bam! And of course, because you can cast Flare or Holy, well, now you can also cast, what is it, Despair, and I don't remember. You know what I mean. You could go through the whole chain because, and you just kind of skip the whole build up to that and just get right to that chain. So that's kind of cool. But then maybe you have an ability where anytime you do, if you hit someone with whatever the step is after Holy, Scathe maybe? God, I don't actually remember the names of the spells. You know what I'm talking about. The step after Holy. As soon as you hit them with that buff, they have a 10-second debuff. Scorch, thank you. You hit them with Scorch, and they have a 10-second debuff. If they die while on that 10-second debuff, then your movement speed is increased by 10%, stacking for 20 seconds. And like you get the idea, right? Like it's just there's so many cool things and cool concepts that you could do to layer on top of each other and stagger on top of each other to allow build gameplay in a way that doesn't affect balance and give them something fun to do it with. I really think a combination of the ideas of Bozja and Torghast would basically be just fantastic. And I really do hope, and this goes to what Tim just mentioned, I really do hope they go forward with this concept and really actually move the playground's idea forwards, because it's super awesome. Torghast is kind of dungeon to the... And so I'm probably gushing too much about Torghast, because the problem with Torghast is it is a dungeon crawler. But it's an extraordinarily well-designed dungeon crawler. And there's so much you can do with it. And it varies from class to class, so I should explain that a little bit. There's actually 3 categories of abilities you get in Torghast. One's based on your covenant, one's based on your class, and ones that are generic. Everyone gets the generic. Obviously, your covenant determines your covenant abilities, and your class determines your class abilities. So there are so many things I cannot possibly summarize. Just the absolute ludicrous number of builds and combinations, and just fun wackiness, as you put it, that are in Torghast. And it's what I enjoyed so much about it. I agree with Pillars of Snow. If Torghast wasn't mandatory, I think people would enjoy it a lot more. That's the catch. Torghast is mandatory. You have to go through there, I think, 3 times in the main story quest in the MSQ. And that's not good. I am not joining your clan. I mean, who would protect Eorzea in my absence? I can't join your clan. Of course, how could it be so blind? I would never deprive Eorzea of its protector. Forget I asked. It was foolish of me to think you'd give up your life in Eorzea. Please tell me she's not crushing on me. But no, I think I'm with you, USA Corp. I think we've managed... This is why I like the discussion. This is why I like the writer's room, so to speak. Oh, thank God, Pillars of Snow. I'm telling you, scales. This is why I love these kind of things, is we can come to a consensus, we can come to an idea of how to go forward. And yeah, it's awesome. So I need to write down some notes. Core structure playgrounds of borrowed power, and just go nuts with it. Just come up with whatever silly, ridiculous, awesome ideas you can. Like, I'd reach out to everyone in the office and be like, hey, Giga Pudding, right now, Giga Pudding. Come up with a really neat, cool idea for Scholar. Don't think about balance, don't think about anything. What would be something super fun for Scholar? Anyways, I was certain redemption was beyond my reach, but now I have the power. I'm super awesome. Bye. And yeah, there has to be meaningful rewards. FF14 obviously has both story content, leveling, and relics. So there you go. 3 meaningful things to get out of doing Boja. Once again, we're indebted to you. Not only have we eliminated the Mamulja, we helped her reunite with her people. Still, there's the matter of my brother. He's super in love. Yeah, I know. He's lost touch of his inner beast because he can't get a grapple on his emotions. Yeah, that makes sense. A big paintbrush and animate diagrams to manipulate reality. I like it. So the way I'd probably do that in implementation... Hear me out. This is so stupid. Imagine for a moment that you cast paint, right? And the moment you cast it, you start leaving paint trails on the ground. And you have to do like this. And it'll be simple stuff. It would have to be relatively simple so that you can just do it in like a couple of seconds. But depending on what symbol you actually draw on the ground, and something cool happens. Your fairy turns into a giant fairy and just starts punching things in the face, something like that. Or if you've gotten rid of your fairy, hey, are we doing the hot chocolate, Giga? Because that's mandatory. I'm joking. I would never make something like that mandatory in my office. Are you kidding me? The real talk. Anybody, if you ever have a management position somehow, if you ever get into that, here's my biggest piece of advice as a manager. Don't make that crap mandatory. That is the quickest way to kill any interest in optional activities, in fun activities, is by making them mandatory. Never do that. Don't make Casual Friday mandatory. Don't make the gift trade-off mandatory. Don't make the frickin' meet and greet potluck mandatory. Don't do that. Don't. Yeah, I hate that crap, Michelle. So back when I was a manager, I actually had to talk my manager down from that, the general manager. Because he was like, oh man, we're going to do this and that. And I was like, don't make it mandatory. He's like, but I have to. Nobody will do it if I do it. Don't make it. And I basically gave him this whole speech. This guy was twice my age. I gave him this whole speech, and he's like, okay. And guess what? He didn't make it mandatory, and not everyone showed up. But several people did. And we had fun. It boosted morale. Boop! Sorry. Just... You get it. Okay. So she's... Yeah, as I say, she's over here. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, let's pull it back to game design. So... Yeah, don't dictate my life outside the workplace. You just... I was reading a thing, this is several weeks ago, about how a country, I forget which one, I think it was Finland, recently legally reaffirmed the fact that bosses do not have legal authority over employees outside of the workplace. And I told that to several people, and their responses were always telling. Because anybody who's born in the States or worked in the States... Was it Belgium? I know it's somewhere over there. Anybody who's worked in the States probably was like, oh man, that's awesome! But I had several people be like, what? Why is that a thing you have to legally mandate? And I had to explain to them that in certain places, like the country I live in, your boss can legally demand stuff of you off work hours. And there's nothing that defends you legally against that. You're just at the mercy of the manager and whether or not they're a dick or not. So yeah, if you hate me as a boss, if I'm doing that bad of a job, first of all, we need to get you a better job, or we need to figure out what I'm doing wrong. But second of all, if you just want to go home and not have anything to do with the office, then go home. Go home. Take care of yourself. Don't deal with us at the office. We're good. We understand. We're cool, you know? Anyways, hope is not yet lost, though I fail to see why you chose to bring the worm. Just tell us what happened here. I do like her hair. I wouldn't mind having hair like that. I wouldn't style it the way she does, but you can style that kind of hair a lot of ways. I should know. I've done that. Anyways. So. This used to be her village. So this, what the hell is all this heavy stuff? Oh my god. Okay, so I'm going to give you a summary there. She, while she was away, the exiles formed their own clan. That clan ain't cool. So people now presume anybody who is a warrior of the Aura are of the evil clan, the Marauder clan, and that's not cool. And so she came here trying to, you know, come back and be reaccepted, and she wasn't because, you know, they thought she was one of them. So now we're going to try and show them that it's okay and that the way of the warrior are not necessarily part of that clan, and so forth and so on. Meanwhile, she is, I know she's not crushing on me, but she's like, oh, Lore, you're amazing and you're awesome and amazing, but you're pathetic and terrible. I do not accept your help. And I am better than him in every way. That is a true statement. Especially in bed. Now, that sounds like a brag, but I'm pretty sure an eggplant is better in bed than Curious Gorge. Anyways. Yeah, he's just, dude. Alright, oh, Jesus Christ, Braven, I am so sorry. And yeah, so Tim is absolutely correct. This playground concept, it doesn't have to be huge. It can be, and I do think we should have a big playground, you know, a Torghast, a Boja, whatever. Preferably like one per expansion, you know, really give them something to play around with. We don't even have to necessarily do it that way. Because another thing we could do is we could expand an existing playground. This is something I wish WoW would do. They haven't. Like, they take a concept, they come up with a thing, and it's like, cool! And then, you know, do more with it, right? Stretch out with it. And yeah, to use FF14 as an example, POTD and Heaven on High. It's not exactly the same, but you get the idea. That way you can have an extension of something that already works and is already useful and valuable. And yeah, we're getting another deep dungeon at some point. I don't know details. If anybody knows, feel free to share. Because I don't know nothing about that. Unless it's spoilers, in which case I don't want to hear nothing about it. Just, you're in love, you idiot. He doesn't even know. I was hoping you would offer me counsel, not cruel jests. You're in love, you more... Actually, that's not love. What you're in is you are in lust. Now, that's fine. No judgment. I'm sure she's super hot. But, like... Get it in gear, dude. No, not that. We haven't even heard a name? Wow. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Iteration is a very valid and valuable concept. I know a lot of people bash certain game franchises for being too iterative, and Lord knows some tend to stagnate too much. But there is a genuine and legitimate value to iterative game design. It's something I've spoken of many, many times in my career. It's weird that I can actually call this a career at this point. It's kind of awesome. Like, it feels good to be able to call what I do a career. It is still kind of weird, though, you know? I mean, this is year 11 this August. August 29th, I believe. But yeah, so, yeah, let's get back to Eureka and Boja. So there's a lot of ways we could do that. We do risk some bloat if we just kept it going. So let me use a hypothetical. Let's say you played Eureka. And then we move on to Boja, and Boja has all the Eureka stuff, but some more stuff, and then we'll call the new one Bagaria on the moon. And there's Bagaria, and it's a new thing, and you keep all the Eureka and the Boja stuff in Bagaria. There are risks with doing that, but remember, those risks are mitigated by the mere fact that it's a playground. It doesn't matter as much. Button bloat doesn't matter as much. The numbers getting out of control doesn't matter as much. Because it's a playground. The whole point is for it to be a fun essentially a side action adventure thing, right? Like just to go nuts with it. So it's not as much of an issue. And more to the point, that kind of balancing can be done. I've seen this done. I've seen games that have actually been able to make it so that you keep adding on those kind of layers, and it keeps being awesome. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. So if we want to be balanced, we can. If we don't, then we could just go nuts with it. And what are you doing, Curious Gorge? I can't even talk to him on this stupid horse. So I, for example, would be completely in favor of tying Eureka, Boja, and Bulgaria together. And yeah, so to talk about specifics, okay, this is actually a bad example, but at the same time, it's kind of a good example. Hear me out for a second. Final Fantasy X. Now, for those of you not aware, there's a excessively grindy thing that I am giving multiple negatives when we review it in order to go do the optional Monster Coliseum. Some of you probably know what I'm talking about. But the way that works is there's a bunch of super bosses there. They're ridiculous. Every single one of those super bosses is harder than all of the last boss cavalcade individually, right? Hear me out, Pillars of Stone. Hear me out for a second. So all of those super bosses are ridiculously strong, right? But those are actually weak once you get about halfway through the overall grind process, because then there's the mega super optional bosses, and then there's the ultra super optional bosses behind them. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because this is something you can do to make this kind of thing work. So we've got Eureka, Boja, and then Bulgaria, right? I'm just going to start calling it that. So you can add super bosses to Bulgaria. So these things they're there, and it would be a separate mode or a separate instance or whatever, something that's very clearly delineated that you're going here to do the mega stuff. It's for the people who have been broken across the last 3 iterations of this, right? And it's designed for those people. And so you go in there and you just... And these things would one-shot you if you didn't have these abilities or whatever. You get the idea? You get the concept? Ergo, we could design around that too. Yeah, essentially the Ultimates concept. Just for the playgrounds instead. Feeling of fresh air on your face. I do miss the feeling of wind. If only was not an eternally cursed spirit, chained to the stream schedule, bereft of strength to fight, I have been given much time to drink in the beauty of these lands. Since I was old enough to hold an axe, the path of the warrior is all I've ever known. Pursuit of the greater strength was my only purpose. I realized how narrow my view of the world was. I was convinced my defeat at the Wolves' Den Pier was the reason Durngara has been constantly in my mind, and my wounded pride served only to further cloud my judgment. But I see clearly now. I understand why she vexes me so. I love her. Yep, she has home-ganged his heart. He said that, not me. That's little wonder she trounced me so. But I am once more master of the emotions. So, I must profess my love, rid myself of lingering doubts. That's never a good idea. I shouldn't say that. That's usually not a good idea. Well, how well do you think this is going to go off? I'm guessing he's going to go blasting off again. What do you think? At least this is some lighthearted fun. This is certainly better than Paladin. I don't know if that's positive-worthy, but it's not negative-worthy. So, what I'm hearing... So let's bring it back to the made-up MMO. We'll call it the Lore Walker MMO. That's a dumb name. Help me out. What should we call our MMO? World of StarCraft. So what we could do is we could have core classes, probably not even that many. In fact, actually, I've thought about this a lot. One of the things I would probably do is I'd probably make there be 10 classes. 2 for each. 2 tanks, 2 melee, 2 healers, 2 range, 2 magics, right? Everlore. I like that. So we've got our core 10. We design them with only 2 tanks. We can actually design them to be fairly fundamentally different in how they're approached, right? So we could split them up quite a bit. You know, we could have a bubble healer and a straight healer or a hot healer or whatever. We could have a melee who's all about positions and mobility, and a melee who's all about heavy hits, right? Like, we could vary up the playstyle so they play differently, which is important. Keep them very corely balanced. And then, rather than having any builds or any talents or anything, it's just that's it. That's your class. But then you go over to Congrats, Bregman. You go over to Bulgaria. We're gonna borrow that name from FF14. And in Bulgaria, that's when the talents, or that's when the builds, or that's when the abilities, or however we do it, actually kicks in. It's like, hey, which one would you like? Oh, that's a good question. Well, I'm a nuke healer. Or I'm a nuke mage, so I want the ability that makes it so that every time I successfully kill an enemy, I gain a 5-second buff that increases my haste by like 50%. And it stacks up to like 90. So it's just whoosh. Oh, I killed it. Yeah. And it just turned into a machine gun, something like that, right? It turns into a machine nuke mage. Nuke healer was actually a concept back in WoW. It was called a greater healer priest. They changed that in Wrath, but that's how it used to be. It was you were the... And it was a full heal, effectively, but it took forever to cast, and there was other issues, and it was a whole thing. But it was very useful for certain fights. Anyways, every time I look into those powdery blue eyes of hers, I lose all train of thought. The girl, There's no time for your drivel. The Chagrin mean to strike again. They've always been prone to violence, but I fear their attack on the girl has left them a tape for pillaging. I told you, marauders. What is this? What do you like giving me here? Yeah, exactly, pillage the snow. Damn it, I was distracted by the quiver of her come-hither hips. I'm sorry. He actually said lips, not hips. My bad. He was distracted by her lips. Which is actually worse in several ways. Listen, Bragwin's in chat, and I've just... Anyways, what the hell are come hither lips? I know what come hither hips are. That's a thing. Whatever. Well, you see. I just realized we've been talking about class. This is actually fascinating. This is a great discussion. I thank you all for joining me for this. This is giving me some legitimate ideas that I'm actually writing down in my head, and I'm probably going to employ someday. God willing, if I ever actually do make a game. This is some great stuff. I think we've got some really cool ideas for how to basically have all of our cakes and eat them all at the same time. If only... See, this is why I'm going to kill my dad and inherit Amazon. So, he is nigh invincible. Curious Gorge, are you well enough to fight? I'm in love with you! I love you! I love you! I love you! What are you doing? Keep your voice down! Your bellowing has given us away. I know, right, Pillars of Snow? Oh, there we go. You have some nerve showing your face here. If you value your life, crawl back into whatever hole you came in from. Never! What you've done to the Curl and your own people is unforgivable. I will kill you horribly. What we do in the name of the Dusk Mother. That's... You guys should be in a quartet. Leave it to me, my sweet vixen. I will show them what it means to unleash the inner beast. Well, you got it off its chest, so, that might help. Yeah, me too, Retro Justice. I was never exactly in favor of that, but after their abysmal performance on, I don't even remember its name, and, New World. How many of you remember the name of the FPS Amazon made? How many of you even remember they made an FPS? Oh, that was such garbage. Oh, it was bad. Pillars of Snow. It was every level of bad. Financially bad. Creatively bad. In terms of lifespan bad. Did you just heal the full? You asshole. I guess guess I'll kill all your buddies while I wait for your invuln to go away. I mean, Lotro... I lament Lotro, you know? What are we doing here? My soul is aflame. I've never felt so alive. This is the power of love. That's... Oh my god, he's shooting hearts. He's shooting hearts. Do you see him? Like, she's shooting flame balls, and he's literally shooting hearts. This is actually kind of a... I think I'm talking myself into a positive for story for this quest. I think this is working its way in there. I will admit it. Look at this nonsense. Hey, you remember when we gave 2 negatives for Warrior's Heavensward quest? Because I remember. Oh, sorry, Dorgono. Sorry. Oh my god. So she's still got 1 flame ball, and he's got... that's a heart swarm right there. That's the kind of thing we could add to the playground thing. Heart attack. It's just a swarm of hearts. Bam! Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Actually, something I've been saying that MMOs should do for years, and I cannot believe more don't do this. WoW started to do this and then just put it down for some frickin' reason, is the idea of cosmetics in spells. Now, there's a practical reason not to do that, and that reason is PvP. But it's very easy to make cosmetics not apply in PvP, which we already do for armor. So, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, in WoW, Warlocks, the green spell thing, right? Like, I really do think that in an MMO I designed, I would absolutely be down for allowing for cosmetics and spell effects, right? And yeah, we kind of have eggy glamour, but you know what I'm talking about. Really go into it. Actually make it a whole thing. I guess WoW goes into this more than I thought, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because it's got the, what are they called? The vellums that you put on your... So the way it works is you open up your spell bar, and you literally cast an item on the spell, and it glyphs, thank you, and it changes its appearance or its functionality. But let's be honest, nowadays it's mostly appearance. So never mind, I guess WoW does do the cosmetic thing. That's quite a display. The worm has at last shown himself a warrior. And yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. This game is perfect for cosmetics in terms of spell abilities. Curious Gorge? Do I need to beat this out of you again? Okay, take the positive. You win. I don't even care at this point. Oh, that... as a reminder, this is all new to me. I didn't know that was coming. You've always been so strong and so caring. I know I was mean to you before, but in truth, I love you, Curious Gorge. Critical heart damage. Fatality. They have, US and Corp. Yeah, you got a legit laugh out of me. You win. You win. So, I had, God, what's his name? The inspector from Hildebrand. No, the actual one. In Heaven's Word, too. Anyways, I got him to draw up some diagrams on how this can work. You might wonder why we needed that. So we kind of had to do a little math to figure out the physics of it. But hey, we've come up with a couple of ideas. Come away with me, George. We could start anew in the corral. Briarden, that's his name. Do it, Gorge. Do it! I swear to God, if you don't go with this woman, I will kill you. Have I turned on you when you needed me most? I can never forgive myself. I am deserving of a wonderful woman such as you. Where's my goddamn Frostmourne? I will murder you. I must continue training to master my inner beast and become the realm's second greatest warrior. Second, surely mean third. The honor of being the realm's second greatest warrior is mine, and I'll doubt you'll ever surpass me. Ah, wait and see. I'll rip those horns off your pretty little head. Barbarians. I do kind of like that both of them acknowledge that I'm a better warrior than both of them. Because I am. Hey, Random. I'm glad you're liking it. I really am. I poured a lot of heart and soul and love into the Pixar films, and it was really fascinating. Really fantastic going through it. So I really hope you all like the coming year of Pixar Ruminations. You idiot. This is questionable content all over again. Just stay with each other. Christ! I know what you're thinking. Okay, Lore. Which of those relationships that broke up in questionable content are you talking about? Can you guess? Does anybody know? Because there's actually only one that's ever bothered me. Only one breakup that's bothered me. In questionable content. Adventures needs were not for mine. I must be trained. And well, go enjoy your training. Good Dinosaur was weird to discuss. I hope you'll like it when we get there, though. Dora and Martin? Nope, that one... One of the times I went back rereading questionable content, because I like to reread comics regularly, it's funny how long, for like a year and a half, that breakup was foreshadowed. Like, those seeds were laid early, and I've talked to him in person. I think I mentioned that. He mentioned that, yeah, he was always planning for that relationship to break up, and it shows if you go back through it. The foreshadowing is everywhere. No, you didn't guess, so I'm just going to tell you. Sven and May. Two people who have their own issues and problems, who have difficulties connecting with each other, who happen to find something good and enjoyable with each other, and broke up for the stupidest goddamn possible reason. That still pisses me off. It's okay, Tim. I understand completely. Anyways, yeah, plus the story for Warrior Quest. That was awesome. Let's see what we got with Dark Knight. Yes, I do mean May and Cloud Boy. I absolutely do. Sven. Yeah. I'm not going to say anything about that. But we're going to do Dark Knight. Let's do it. What's our helmet like on this one? Don't worry about it, Maverick. Don't worry about it. Just questionable content things. Sven is Dora's brother. May is the blue-skinned AI. I'm gonna go ahead and admit something that's gonna make people think of me weird. I probably identify more with Sven than any of the characters on that cast. Younger me, obviously. I haven't been like that since 2005, actually. That being said, I've never had the financial backing he does. But, you know. Alor, fellow master of the dark arts, and yet that is but one of many faces you wear. Slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard, a hero by any measure who stood against Nidhogg on the steps of faith where others fled. A hero who walks in light and fights for great causes, and a knight who walks in darkness and fights for the forgotten. A contradiction, some might say. Rubbish, I say, but you tell me, do you still walk the path? Yeah. Duh. Okay, let's speak as comrades. Ishgard has seen much change in recent days, and many proclaim it a dawning of a new era of peace and prosperity. An enlightened age, as we yet both know. I mean, how does this get darker than the last one? The last quest had us protecting her from her mother, who was trying to murder her. Because of her husband. God, I don't... Oh. Anyways. So, we'll start at the last vigil. Yes, we must do our job. How you doing, Rio? If you ask me, it's just an excuse to spend time together. Never change, Rio. It is quite solo-friendly and has a free trial up to 60. And including the first expansion, if that changes your mind at all, random. Not that I'm trying to sell you on it, but you should totally play this game. Alright, so. And yeah, I know some people, going back to what Ross just mentioned, I know a lot of people have been like, you suck! And with regards to questionable content, because they think, oh, it's just, it used to be all cool and awesome, and now it's not. And in my opinion, those people are stupid. But, obviously, people can have their opinions. But I do personally think that really leaning into the sci-fi aspect actually gave the series new life. Which is necessary. I've actually talked about this before. If you don't do that, if you don't actually add in something new to change up things and to give you new directions to go in, what you get is The Simpsons. Questionable content managed to bypass that so far, and has managed to stay fresh by virtue of introducing new layers and new dynamics, so that it doesn't become The Simpsons. Or just comic books. That's another perfect example of that. And yeah, Martin is barely in the comic anymore, and honestly, that's a good thing. It's not like he's gone, it's just the stories have moved in different directions. We've kind of done him as a character. He had his happy ending. And that's good. We're good. Cool. If you notice, we're kind of getting there with Dora. She's finally getting her happy ending, and kind of drifting out of focus as well. But anyways, as you look on Fortem Manor, you reflect on your time in Ishgard, comrades which we traveled, and those you lost along the way. You seem distracted. Oh, right, you were a ward of House Fortem. Once upon a time. Listen, I can't possibly imagine not having time, random. I swear I just heard something in your pack break. What? Bloody hell, is that your soul crystal? What happened to the other half? Forgive me, it seems I am the one responsible. Hey, it's a gatherer? Gatherer, yep. It's young me. I do not know you, boy. Name yourself. Mist, my lord. I'm no lord and you're no mist. Don't think I wouldn't know a bastard of the broom by sight. I have a power. Power which I can use to help those in need. This power requires tremendous quantity of ether. I thought to draw on natural sources nearby, but in so doing, I stole a portion of that contained within your crystal. Forgive me, please forgive me. I will return it to you, I promise, but I must ask you to allow me to use a portion. No. Mist, was it? Who do you want to help? Anyone. Everyone. Look around you. Is not this world filled with sadness and despair? If I can free a single person of their burdens. He means well enough. Yeah, he totally means well enough. Let's believe the mysterious boy with the mysterious power who mysteriously stole a portion of Lord's soul crystal. What could possibly go wrong? It's your crystal. Either we kill him now, or we go along with his plan. So, and since you're not reaching for your sword, I gather it's the latter. Congratulations, boy. Not like to find any poor unfortunate souls here, so let's head to the Foundation. And if we find no one there, you are to return what you stole. Thank you, my lord. Stop calling me that. Yeah, I love it, Ross. That's one of the reasons I say... A lot of people say that stories need to stop after a certain point in time. I don't really agree with that. Because I've seen too many examples in real life where a particular story, a game, a show, a book, a movie, whatever, can keep going if they do it properly. That's the catch, of course. You need to introduce new dynamics, you need to be unafraid to change up the status quo, and you need to be unafraid to take in new concepts, new ideas, new blood. It's yet another reason why I like having the writer's room. The writers, you know, the concept of pulling in ideas from other people to keep things fresh and to keep things going. Because if I just write, I'm going to get stale, right? I mean, it's just life. No matter how creative or ingenious I am, at a certain point, you're tapped. And consequently, so are you. But together, we not only add my creativity and your creativity, but also our creativity, which is its own separate dimension. So this is why I'll design the hats, and Gigapudding will design the pants, and then we'll design the shirt, and it'll be awesome. You'll have my assurances the remaining funds will be delivered soon. Sure, that's enough to convince you to resume work? I've got a score of clients clamoring for my services, clients willing to pay in full in advance. I'd be a fool to put you ahead of them. I understand, but it's been an eternity since we first brokered this arrangement, and many of your clients you spoke of have come to you but recently. I know this to be true. It's one thing to aid the scholastic, my lady, but you've got to understand my position here. Bloody politics it is. No man lifts a chisel till we're paid in full. I'm sorry, that's the way it's got to be. Blessed morrow. Oh, beg pardon. I didn't notice you standing there. As you may have overheard, I am funding the restoration of the statue of Saint Valeroy. And as you may have guessed, it's not going well on account of insufficient funds and my family's growing infamy. My cousin was, a member of the Heavens Ward. Whoops! He served the Archbishop faithfully, together with his sworn brothers. Great goodly men, complicit in terrible crimes, if Sir Emmerich and this warrior of light are to be believed. Ignacy was distraught when he learned the statue had been destroyed by the Gervanians. He took it upon himself to champion the restoration, but because of the tales, others are reluctant to involve themselves. I don't know or care if Sir Emmerich speaks the truth. Ignacy was my cousin and a man of the Fury. I will honor him and complete his legacy. Or so I once believed. Perhaps it is indeed beyond me. You make the socks, Random. Bragwin's gonna make the underwear. I also agree with Cronin. Sometimes, so what I just said about a story doesn't have to end kind of goes the reverse, too. In other words, a story, every now and again, a story has reached natural conclusion and should end. So I'm going to say something really controversial here. You ready for this? This is the most controversial thing I've ever said. WoW should have ended after Legion. Now, I can guess why they didn't do that. Hint, money. But WoW's story, Warcraft's story, reached a very logical, natural, and even satisfying terminus point after Legion. The whole thing... Now, I'm not against WoW continuing after Legion. It's just whatever comes next is something new. It has to be a completely new segregate story arc, which it wasn't. And so you see the problem. So, Fantasyland. Let's imagine Legion ended, and then BFA came in. Let's call it something else. Let's call it Bulgaria. And in the Bulgaria expansion, it was a whole new direction. There's so many different directions we could take that. They just decided to go ahead and go with a completely different story arc, new characters, new things, kind of address the now what, deal with some of the fallout of the fact that the Legion no longer exists, all that fun stuff. Instead, what we have is BFA, and Hellspawn's absolutely correct. Instead, what's happening is WoW is dying a slow death. I hate to keep going back to this example, but Star Trek the original series is the perfect poster child for this. TOS should have ended after Season 3, and coincidentally, it did. Because TOS was done. They were out of money, they were out of time, they were out of ideas. And if they had kept it going, if they had tried to force it to keep going, it would have just bled out slowly and gotten worse and worse and worse. But instead, chop! And yeah, frankly, TNG should have been chopped at Season 6. Season 7 had a couple of nice moments, Lower Decks, and all good things, but let's be honest, TNG Season 7 was on life support. It was meandering. Sort of. I'll talk about it when it comes to the TAS videos, Ross. But the long and the short of it is, TOS was just punked, and everyone went their separate ways, and just life went on. And then, like, a year and a half later, Roddenberry started trying to champion the idea of getting a new show going, and that went nowhere for 3 years, I want to say. Until finally they were able to, the convention circuit got its thing going, and everyone realized that they were literally reading the ratings wrong for TOS. I'm not joking. So it was actually rating much higher than they thought it was. And so then they got, you know, animated shows greenlit, but with extremely low budget, and, well, now we have TAS. Anyways, I will make it right. I have the power. So how is this boy going to make this woman's statue right? Oh yeah, Walking Dead super has this problem. Like, Walking Dead, I know people... So, okay, I was never into the show, I'm just going to be honest about that. But I know several people who were. Emphasis on the past tense. And that show should have probably ended a while ago. Never mind the comic. Is this child a friend of yours? Do you wish to see your cousin again? Whoa! No, 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 no. No, stop. Stop. Think of him. Think of his face, his smile, his laugh. Remember every moment you shared, every memory, and hold that image in your mind's eye. And then go to a quiet place you shared where no one will come, and wait for me there. Okay. This is bad. This is bad. Okay. This is oh my god, is he going to summon a mini primal of her frickin' cousin? Are we going to have to kill her cousin in front of her for a second time? Because we've already killed her cousin. Because he was tempered. I agree. I agree completely, Pyro. Obviously, you know, I don't have the power to do that yet, but if I were to do a Warcraft reboot, that's pretty much exactly what I'd do. Like, Warcraft 1... Really, Warcraft 1. Maybe Warcraft 2, because Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 lean almost like, the distance between those two games is like, what, a week? And then, so okay, let's bake Warcraft 1 and 2 into each other. And then, wow. Because there's several years before we get to Warcraft 3. Deal with some stuff, and that leads up to Warcraft 3. Thrall's already been introduced. We see how the Alliance is falling apart. We get to learn more about how the Horde functions. Warcraft 3 happens. Big status quo changes all over the place. And then we go into WoW again, and so forth and so on. So I actually agree with you completely. Just this once, though. Your friend has arrived. He brought companions. Where would I have Simpsons end? I believe in season 13. My dear cousin, how it warms me to see you in good health. I pray you'll forgive my lengthy absence. Don't be foolish, there's only joy. See father and mother, I cannot. Better for them to mourn me as the son who gave his life in service to his archbishop in his home. I have heard you yet labor to see the statue restored. Know that I am grateful beyond measure. I am undeserving of your praise. For all my efforts, the statue remains in shattered ruin. But seeing you here so full of light and life fills me with renewed conviction. I will see it through, I swear to you. If you have indeed done the things I say, maybe it'll earn you a measure of forgiveness. I love you, cousin, now and forever. Look after my parents and yourself. I don't know how you did it, but thank you for bringing him back to me. But you must know he is not safe here. I pray you help him flee the city. Right. Ishgard is no place for a man of the Heavens Ward. Yeah, we have much to discuss is an understatement. Jesus. Okay. How you doing, Millie? I'll never forget his kindness. Thank you. You're welcome. Alright, where's the other foot? No, I agree, Pyro. Like, outside of a total reboot, honestly, the opportunity has probably passed us by already for something like that. We should hurry. The further they take Ignacio from Millie, the weaker he will become. I pray we're not too late. Yeah, because shit, oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay, so when would I have had Simpsons at? The problem is I don't know the exact time. But I probably would have had it cut off. Whoa, that's... Mom? I probably would have had it end before it... How do I phrase this? I would have had it end when it was still genuinely good, rather than when it was started to go down, but still had good peaks, good moments, you know? Because again, that tends to be the best time to do that. Just go start a new show, or go do other things. Forgive me, I should have known the magic would not sustain itself much longer. That which you see before you is Nase, or what remains of him. I can give memories form. Yeah, we have a term for that. I can breathe them full of life and return them to loved ones, but as the memory fades, so too does the magic. Ether, formless and free, that which I took to make Ignace and Millie whole. Draw your sword. Which one of these is Soul Eater? There it is. Love that sword. Good, I've had enough of this farce. Conjuring a simulacrum of a bloody night of the Heavens Ward in the middle of Ishgard. You're a fool! Lucky to be alive! Your soul crystal's restored? Oh. Or not. We had an agreement, boy. You were to return that which you stole. Forgive me, I returned you that which was used to give, but as for the remainder, 4 more times. It is within my power to do this 4 more times. 4 more times and you shall be made whole. What in the hell? You want to do good? You want to be a hero? You want to help people? Then why weren't you better prepared? I would never be a hero. I only wanted to help. It is not death itself we fear, but the unfinished story. The promise of what could have been. It's enough to break a heart and a person. The shattered pieces of a life will never come together again, but if a glimpse of their loved ones grants them peace, then I must. I must. Your decision, Lore. You're the victim. Whatever. Together we will make them whole. You know what's really funny? He's kind of right. Also, I like this a little bit. Let me go ahead and read that. We're not going anywhere, Mist. Even Sid. He may look and act like a chocobo's arse, but he means well. Oh, fine, fine. I'm only trying to put the fear of the gods into a little shite, but all means, go ahead and undermine my authority. Ugh! Let's get out of here. Yeah, I haven't done this. This is all new to me. I've done very little of the content that we have yet to cover from this point onwards. Red Mage quests I've done. Astrologian quests I've done. And I think that's it, other than MSQ stuff. So there's a lot of untouched territory for me henceforth. Rathalos. Rathalos. Yes, I did. I put it under Monster Hunter. Monster... I put it under Aggregate, actually. It's positive number 62 of the gameplays. Just what I needed. Another child to look after. Am I a Dark Knight or a nursemaid? Even I don't know anymore. But the times, they are a-changing. No offense, but you're the exception that proves the rule. The righteous are all too uncompromising. Thanks. Thanks. I mean, one of the really, really common things. I have not actually beaten Shadowbringers, Pyro. But, you are correct, I haven't done all the content. So I know the MSQ up to... patch 2 or 3. I forget which. But that's it. So, I haven't finished Shadowbringers, and I haven't done a lot of the side content. And I haven't done anything at End. For the most part, I'm happy to go along with Sid's act, but every now and again I have to remind him not to be so grim and dark. Okay. What? Thank God it's an adult. Real's been spending time with Mist, keeping him company and getting to know him. Now there's much to know. He won't talk about his home or his past. Yeah, I think I already see where this is going. No idea how he does it either. More importantly, I'm not even sure how we could take back Ether he stole. We have no choice but to agree to his terms. Ugh. Yeah, 5.3. Oof. I think the only optional content I've completed as of right now in Shadow is Eden. And frankly, I'm probably going to do that again to really give it a more thorough look at. So I haven't finished Nier, I haven't finished the weapons. I still need to show off a little bit of the firmament. And I need to do the quest that shows off the houses. I haven't even done that yet. I haven't done the finale quest, which is in Revenant's Toll. Life is not easy, but fulfilling all the same. That said, the hunters had no personal tales of profound tragedy to share. They did, however, mention a woman here, a woman named Loudy, prone to crime, atoned to her crimes through hard labor, but the proctor has been zealous, berates her constantly, and every day she bears fresh bruises. So we're going to murder him in his stupid goddamn face. Look, I don't even care if they're a prisoner. You don't just beat people, okay? Sorry, I should shut up about that. I'm a big believer in rehabilitation, not punishment. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think we as a society, no, we as a species are a little bit too fixated on the punishment side of that equation. And have been. Forever. This is the place, isn't it? Insolent child! You're not to speak unless spoken to. It's her! Do not play me for a fool. Your sins are beyond forgiveness. Excuse you? Sir Emmerich and his noble brethren may think you worthy of mercy, but I've seen your kind before. A swift death is more than you. I'm gonna murder his goddamn face. You know her, Lore? Yeah! And whatever anger or ire I ever put at her is not at this lair. She's the one who led the protest at Falcon's Nest, the one that nearly put an end to the peace conference and poisoned you. Well, that explains a lot, although you, of all people, can find it in your heart to forgive her. It's hard to look at this and call this justice. Her crimes were born of desperation and despair for the husband she lost. Perhaps if the two of them were to meet again. Oh, don't be foolish. She knows he's dead. Pain is all that's left to her. Don't you see? They cry in the dark, mourn their dead. It festers and spreads and corrupts them. We've seen it. We've had it. Fine, fine. Do what you will. Conjure her husband. Don't come crying to me when she curses you for your kindness. I'll not give the hunters cause to turn their bows on us either. Riel, take Mist into the woods and hide. Laura and I will free the girl. I don't even want to get into that, Cronin, although I'm kind of with you. Private prisons at Mass Effect 2. This is... See, the thing is, on the one hand, I get the idea. Closure is a very real thing. And it's not hard to understand because all you have to do is think about something in your life that mattered to you that never closed. Something that just ended. I'm sure most of us has something like that to some extent or another, where it's a lost loved one, or it's something more simple, like maybe the loss of a pet, or maybe there was someone who you're friends with and you just stopped talking to them one day. Maybe there's a relationship that ended and you're not even sure why. Closure's a real thing. The problem is, I'm not sure if I would qualify what's happening here as closure. Anyways, as for your part, no one's truly outside Haloni's grace. Don't, right? Confront the proctor. Make him see the error of his ways. If he's a good man, may he repent. If he refuses, beat the snot out of him! The very sight of you fills me with murderous rage. See to your duties! I must cleanse myself of these impure thoughts through communion. Perhaps a spot of fishing is in order. Please tell me we actually rescue this girl from this nonsense. Like, please? Christ almighty, I will give you a job that isn't this crap. By the way, I'm sorry for getting all upset about this, but this is going to come up when we get to the patch content, because we're going to have to deal with Fordola. Hey, asshole. Who are you? Oh. A concerned adventurer who objects to my treatment of a criminal. If only you knew her sins, she should have been thrown into witch drop. Alas, the Lord Speaker in his boundless wisdom and mercy demand we spare her life, but rest assured I will see her every waking moment is filled with misery and scorn. You presume to judge me, a man of the church? I will not be cowed by your threats. The Fury protect me. The Fury guide and protect me. The Fury... Oh, God! Oh, God, it's tearing my flesh into tiny little pieces! Oh, crap! And I'm dead. Oh, hey, here's his bodyguards. You're a little slow. That was unpleasantly satisfying. As he lays there dying, I lean down. Maybe you weren't really protected by the Fury after all. How she smiles, how her eyes sparkle, this beautiful happiness. Oh, this is going to go so badly. Oh, no. I want to help this poor woman. I do. She poisoned me and tried to start a riot. Every night I dream of your face. I could have tried to stop you from going back to the front. Could have begged and screamed and cursed, but I didn't, because I knew you'd listen. And if you forgive me for one day, I never would. The arrows may have missed my heart, but I've been dead for a long time. All of this is just waiting. That's what I'd tell you, Stace, if I could, and then you'd say, you can't be stuck in the moment, Loudy. You gotta go on. You've got to forgive yourself. You've got to let me go. But I won't. I won't. If I do, who remembers the man you were? The soldier, the husband? I'm the only one who knows. It's my duty to hold on to that as long as I can. That's what I'd tell him if he were here, but he's not. He'll never come home, so please put an end to whatever this is. Lore Runner, was this all your doing? No, it was mine. Forgive me. I thought... I wanted to... I was wrong. I see that now. You have every right to be upset. It's all right. I appreciate your kindness, even if it was misguided. You too, Lore. I blamed you for a lot of things. I hated you so much because... I don't know. Because you came back and Stace didn't, maybe. Because you weren't him. They say the war's over now, but it never ends for people like you, does it? Yeah. There's always something worth fighting for. I know what you are. I heard the stories as a child. The ones with neither shield nor sigil. Champions of the weak and the helpless, undeterred by man or God. I couldn't stop you any more than I could stop Stace from walking out the door that day. So... fight. Damn you. Fight if that's what you want. Just don't squander the time in between. There's never enough. I suppose I owe it to him to try and make the most of what I've got left, too. So I will. Take care. Thank you. Also, here's like 100,000 gil. What's this? You're gonna need food. And a place to stay. This is a lot of money. No, it's not. Forgive me. In the end, I could not make her whole. So much pain, so much loss, and it fills my heart and overflows. Maybe it is beyond us. Maybe it's not our nature. You've still got 3 more chances. No need to be so bloody melodramatic. Come on, we should get out of here. Let's, like I said, Pyro, can we just hire her? Give her asylum? Surely we have the everything to do that. We've got the contacts, we've got the personnel, we've got the resources, we've got the sway. You know? I mean, I know. I tend to do the just give them a job angle a lot, but for Christ's sakes. Hi, classic game lover. They found comfort in seeing the dead. had so much to say to him, but I don't know what I would say to her. Your mother was evil and twisted and literally insane, Riel, so don't worry about that. You know what? I agree with that too, Pyro. That would be a cool little option thing. And it wouldn't even take that much to upkeep, excuse me. Because all you'd have to do is just add a few little bits of dialogue as, like, their story progresses. And it's like, you know, thank you for giving me this chance. I've been able to do this and this and that and that. Just, you know, that's another thing I do in the MMO that I'm totally making someday. Have really tiny side stories that are optional. Like that one. Like, imagine if you get to this point. You're welcome, Classic Game Lover. And just give you an option to literally hire her on. And just have her have a tiny little story that progresses every patch. Nothing fancy. Nothing big. Kind of like the Doma Restoration thing, you know? Super low tier stuff. For what it's worth, I think the woman is better for what we did. At least as good as anyone can be after what she's been through. There is a Discord. I think Bragwin can help you with an invite, then. Are you talking about the trust system, Pyro? Because that'd be cool, too. Wouldn't apply to everyone, because that's combat-related, but that would be another cool thing, too. Imagine garnering trust people from, you know, helping people out and saying, here. I mean, at that point, we're just designing Suikoden, but I'm down. I imagine you'd like to get back to it, and so would I. Unfortunately, Mist remains inconsolable. His failure with Loudy, such as it was, weighs on his mind. He's afraid of repeating the same mistake with the others. So for lack of a better idea, we should go to the Churning Mists. Why are we going to the Moogles? I'm never getting away from it. I'm never getting away from the Churning Mist. No, that's what I meant originally, Pyro. It's just, you're right, except you didn't mean it this way, but think about that for a second. Imagine, there's no bells near here, but imagine you could get one of these people as a retainer, minor story, or as a trust person, minor story. Like, you could go both directions with it, is what I'm trying to say. They're not mutually exclusive. And the same kind of person would not apply for both, obviously, because not everyone's a fighter, and not everyone will be satisfied with menial work. But you could do that. Ugh, I just need to conquer the world already. God damn it. I have too many things to make. It's good to see you again, Moggy. Hope you and your friends haven't been getting into too much trouble. Oh, you know Moggy. Trouble follows me wherever I go. Right, water on the bridge, no need for palms to be torn from heads and shoved down throats. Yet. Our Mist is taking the sights. Why don't you join him? Something like the garrison recruits, but, I mean, better, for lack of a better way to phrase that. I've said it before and I've said it again. The garrison was a good idea, badly executed. So I think throwing out the garrison entirely was a mistake. We could have just done it differently and implemented it better and refined it, you know. The wind in your hair, the sun in your face. You can almost immerse yourself in the beauty of the calm and forget the horrors. Almost. How far we've come, you and I. The others hesitate, but you understand the obligation, the duty, the need for atonement. What do you need to atone? We've lost so much. Friends and loved ones. So many moments. We thought we could keep and preserve them, but we're left with anguish in the end. Time strips us of this bitter remainder if we let it, but I cannot. This pain, this sadness is mine to bear, mine alone. This I understand now. Their grief will be mine, and in return, thank you, Bragwin. I will give them peace, but who and when we where, well, that's the question. Even we have our limits. And that's the truth. Who did I lose? Everyone, no one. We've always been apart, have we not? Perhaps one day you'll understand, and then you'll share my loathing and contempt. Sid must be worried. He must return. So I'm not sure which direction they're going with this, but I'm very curious. Yeah, no, the problem with the garrisons was it just got old. You're absolutely right. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Garrisons were legit while you were leveling. They were actually really good while you were leveling. And then they just dropped it. It just stopped. That was the issue. They could have gone so many directions with that. This is going to sound weird, but I am hopeful that the upcoming farming side whatever thing, the Animal Crossing thing in FF14, is going to be garrisons done better. Hell, I loved the frickin' farm back in Pandaria, you know? I 100%ed that stuff. Alright. I'm ready to resume my search for those that might help with my power. Difficult though it may be, I do not intend to give up. Glad to hear it. In that case, there's no need to remain here any longer. I say we leave this accursed place and never return. Yes! God, I never want to come back to this goddamn zone. Oh my god. Now wait a goddamn moment. You can't go running off on your own like that. You'll get eaten by a three-headed gooby. Riel? Riel! Oh my god, plugging me with a bleeding... Come on. Well, you see, Pyro, I'm guessing you didn't see when we were doing the side quests in this zone. Of all the side quests I've done in FF14, none of them have been good. Periodically, there's been some good stories, but none of the gameplay has been good. But I want you to imagine terrible story, terrible gameplay, and then the worst gameplay. The worst. The side quests in this zone actually angered me. They were so bad. And I got so damn sick of them. So I kind of said to myself, I'm never coming back to this zone. And here I am. Don't give me that look. If the little bastards didn't want their heads caved in, they shouldn't try to sneak up on me. Besides, they're alive. You should give me credit for holding back. Kill them, Sid. Kill them! Ah! No, I actually don't have anything against the Mughals, per se. It's just screw the hell out of those quests. I actually hope to do the Mughal Beast Tribe someday. In my copious spare time. Let's see, where are we at on cute questions? Let's see, what do we got up here? No, you're absolutely right, Scion. And that's exactly tied into what Tim said. Because as much as I hate to get into this yet again, WoW has a lot of problems with it. But the biggest problem with WoW, in my opinion, is the fact that they just take ideas and throw them out the window constantly. Borrowed power is honestly only scratching the surface. There are so many things, concepts, gameplay ideas, equipment, mechanics, side quests, the Pokemon thing, which has barely been touched on since it was implemented, you know, just entire minigame activities or entire chunks of content just erased the moment they go into the next expansion. In my opinion, that is the biggest problem, the core central issue WoW has had for years. Now, why they do that, that's a good question. You should have seen the look on Sid's face when the Moogle started singing and dancing. He was speechless. Why were they singing and dancing? I was stupid, really. But I guess you could say Sid had become obsessed with trying to live up to his master's example. For the wrong reasons. Oh yeah, they added the little mini-events. Why? Yeah, seasonal mentality. I think what they did was they saw how successful seasons were in Diablo 3, and then said, let's do that, and it was stupid for every reason. Don't mistake me, I'm actually in favor of seasonal content or seasonal events in something like Diablo 3. I actually like doing the seasons in Diablo 3. But the catch is, that doesn't work in an MMO at all. Wiping the slate clean each time is stupid. Oh, by the way, if you're paying attention, the seasonal stuff in Diablo 3 doesn't wipe the slate clean each time. What happens is at the end of the season, that character gets baked into your regular retinue, and you now have that character, all their gear, all their abilities, all their levels. That's just now part of the regular thing. So it doesn't go away. Right? Now, if you want to do a new season, you could start that new character new. But you see how there's a distinction here between, like, imagine if in Diablo 3 you do a seasonal character, and then it gets deleted, along with everything it did at the end of the season. I knew what you meant, Pyro. I stand by my statement. The mini-events were dumb. The seasonal stuff, the holiday stuff, that's its own thing. I will go ahead and admit, though, if I ever make that MMO, What do we call it? Lore quest? Or no, Everlore. That was it, Everlore. If I ever make Everlore, I'm not doing holidays. Sid's master was very dear to him, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, I see where this is going. I mean, there's much I would have asked him, but, you know. Like, no, don't you dare! Nope, too late. Oh, Sid. Charming as ever, I see. Abster. And this must be Frey's successor. A worthy one, I have no doubt. And my name is Umpanya. It is an honor and pleasure to meet you, Lore. You did well to come so far on your own before meeting Sid. Together you have both grown so much in mind and body and soul. As Dark Knights, and as heroes. There was a time when I was hailed as a hero, too. For deeds meritorious in defense of Ishgard in the name of the Fury. Brave and true Temple Knight I was, slayer of countless Dravanians, a commander beloved of and respected by his men. They'd follow me into the seventh hell. And that's where I led them, time and again. They would fall, and I would earn accolades. Then they would give me more green boys with dreams of glory. Green boys of red blood and white snow. Again and again and again. Then one day I just couldn't. I couldn't remember the first one's face. I'd forgotten the face of the first boy who gave his life for me. That was the day I left the Temple Knights. Listen, I know the tale by heart, but not the tale of what came after. Why a goodly man with titles and wealth, a man who could have lived out his days in comfort, chose instead to walk that path, and to once more accept 2 children into his care? You asked me that question long ago. I told you one day you'd understand when you were older and wiser and stronger. Shall we put it to the proof? Is today that day? You always were fond of your tests. Oh, don't be cross. You only have yourself to blame. These are your memories, remember? Point is, you wanted this, and there's no substitute for the genuine article, but you could do a lot worse. So do me the honor. One last dance with the dead. Show me what you have become, Sidurgu of the Obsidian Heart. So, I should clarify what I said, because I said no holidays, but hang on for a second. What I mean is no Christmas, no Halloween, no here's a stupid, thing that is just repeated every year, and that's it. No. It is quite frankly a waste of time and effort and resources. And again, that's admittedly the manager and me talking, but I stand by it. I like that idea, Classic Game Over. But no. But Pyro's idea... Yeah, exactly right. Pyro's idea is pretty legit. So something I've been championing since the freaking 90s is the idea of more events in MMOs. Which... none of them do. Just nobody does events like I would do them. And so Pyro mentions the idea, well, how about do a different mage tower every year or something like that? That I could get behind, especially if you tie it in with the events concept. Ooh, hang on. I got you here. Yeah, you apparently meant darker like I do, Pillars of Snow. Go figure. So what I mean by that is like... It's true, WoW did used to do events like that. Imagine we've got, the mage tower, right? Okay. Do the thing, super hard content, get the stuff, cool. But imagine instead if next year that mage tower is still there. It doesn't go away. It's still present. But, oh my gosh. There's a different one next year. Maybe not every year. You're dead. God damn it. I beat you. So imagine, the next year, instead of the Mage Tower, there's the submarine. That's a dumb example, but you go on board this submarine, it's like, oh my god, there's this super difficult, mega hard, well-tuned, hyper difficulty thing that you could do for fun. It gives you some cosmetic reward. And that's the next year's thing. Or, yeah, you can expand the Mage Tower, make another boss layer with a different cosmetic reward. Boom. And that's not as terrible because it's a once-per-year content. It's a lot easier to manage designing one additional bit of content every year than trying to spend all the time and effort onto making all those holidays to begin with, which is just a drain on time and resources. Anyways, well done, though. Well done. Frey would be proud to know you carry on his legacy and mine. Sid, my boy, my beloved boy, you nearly had me. Oh, spare me your sympathy, you bloody shade. I lost. That's the end of it. You kept Riel and Lore out of harm's way. You did well. Learn to shut up and take the compliment. And it's true. He was a tank. You catch that? Because of the 3 tank quests we've done so far, this is the one that most has to do with tanking. I was angry. Oh, right. Sorry, hang on. Over here. Wrong thing. Wrong one. There we go. You asked me why I chose to walk the path, why I chose to look after you and Frey, even though deep down you already know. But since I lost, I owe you the answer from my lips. I was angry. I was angry with the Temple Knights, angry with myself, angry with what this twisted world where good men die for nothing. I was seeking justice for my boys and forgiveness for my sins. I saved lives and punished the wicked, and for a time it was enough, but nothing lasts, and a man ought to have a legacy. So I failed my boys as a Temple Knight, but you two were my second chance. I would teach you everything I knew, everything I learned from my mistakes, so you wouldn't have to make them. I would send you out into the world to do great things, and maybe it would balance out. That's all I have to say about that, because you know what comes next. Though I suppose I ought to give you a word of advice before I disappear in a puff of smoke. I am your predecessor's master, after all. People like us never know peace. Every moment brings us closer to death. Loved ones, enemies, and our own. The fear of death is what keeps most men alive. That dread, that desperation to escape the inevitable, if only for a little longer. But we are not like most men, and we have seen what awaits beyond the abyss. We have tasted despair, bathed in oblivion. We have wept rivers for our dead and cursed gods for their cruelty. That is our sword, our strength, and that is why one day you will stand above us all. God have mercy on your soul. Take care, Sid. Be nicer to the girl, and try to be less of a chocobo's arse. All for the love of him. And yeah, I agree with you, Pillars of Snow. Don't get rid of it. Don't get rid of it. Sid's in a bad way. I think he may have overdone it a bit. They weren't supposed to fight. For an illusion, he hit hard. Reclaim your ether so we can leave. I need a healer. Yeah. I've never liked games that prey on FOMO. But honestly, WoW's kind of been dipping into that for a while now. You remember all the way back in BC where they got rid of the 4-chest bear mount? Which I have. I disagreed with that then, and I disagree with that now. And that was the beginning of FOMO for WoW. All the way back in BC. If you remember, a lot of the early stuff in Wrath at launch was also FOMO. You can only get it for a brief period of time. I should know. I have a title from that period. The Undying, which I got from that. Don't get rid of that crap. Don't do that. Don't lead into that garbage. Forgive me if had I known it would come to violence. I don't dare start pouting. I'm annoyed, but it's nothing that won't heal with time. All I can ask is you promise not to do it again without warning and consent. Memories can be powerful and painful in more ways than one. That said, I've only myself to blame. I thought I could defeat him. If I thought I could defeat him, I would have, but I didn't think I had a chance, so I didn't. Yeah, let's get him some heals. Could it be he's grateful for the experience after all? Oh, of course he is. And it was not in vain. Tired and broken though he may be, he is better for the pain. And in time, we too may be. There is still hope. Redemption is not beyond us. Yeah, you see where this is going. I will admit that's part of the player in me talking when I say screw FOMO. But I do think WoW has leaned too much into FOMO. Way too much. Fear of missing out. It is a very core, integral aspect of human psychology. We have FOMO from the moment we are babies. And it is a very integral part of how we function as adults as well. I tend to be very anti-FOMO because I find it to be psychologically manipulative on a level I consider to be unacceptable. Real's right, I'm gonna need some time to recover. I'm gonna have to stay with these furry bastards. No! No! Lord, be a dear and punch a Moogle for me, will you? As you can see, Sid is yet to recover. There's no telling how much more time will require. But my quest brook no delay. So, let's go. War is the destruction. War is the source of man's misery. So much death and destruction. A battlefield, perhaps. Yes, the Castrum Oriens. Oh, that's interesting. I had my way, I'd not let you on my side. But it's your soul crystal, so whatever. As for me, I think I'm getting back to Ishgard because screw these stupid Moguls. Ouch! War never changes. Doodly doodly doodly. War has changed. And yeah, I got Super Mario 3D All-Stars as well. It's just... ugh. Like, in some cases, limited print runs make sense, because you can literally only make so many, or it's only feasible to make so many. But psychologically manipulative FOMO can go to hell. There is no reason to discontinue the Mage Tower. There is no reason to discontinue the Bear Mount. There is no reason to make it so that you can't buy Super Mario 3D All-Stars now. All of this was pure, psychological, manipulative bullcrap. I'll be right back. I'm feeling kind of queasy. I'm gonna get some ginger. We've just been roaming in topics today, haven't we? It's been an invigorating discussion. I thank you all for joining me for it. Castrum Oriens, how it buzzes with life. So many brave soldiers resolve to their duty, no matter the cost. Have no doubt there will be a cost. It will be most high, for no man is beyond the reach of fate. I would like to disagree with that one. This place weighs on me. Anywhere but here I would search. Yeah, I can see why. Alright, let's get some questions. Most confused... Oh, right! Tim, are you still there? You asked a question I wanted some clarification on. Let's see. I don't think offshore Twitch account is there right now. I don't know if Disco's there. Oh, you're there. So you asked, and I quote, most confusing thing, a corporation that you're also surprised is still alive. I request clarification, please. Ross asked, if These Are the Voyages was ejected and Demons in Terra Prime was the finale of the Enterprise, would that be satisfactory? I mean, it would be more satisfactory, but here's the funny thing. We were talking about a story needs to end at its natural, logical conclusion point. But there is also such a thing as a story whose plug is pulled too early. This is funny, because Star Trek is an example of both sides of this. TOS ended when it should have. Enterprise ended before it should have. TNG ended before it should have. But Voyager ended when it should have, and so forth. We've got several examples in Trek. It's actually funny when you think about it. Or BioWare. That being stated, I'm actually going to use WoW as an example here again. Warlords is a perfect example of a story that was cut off short. It was cut off too early. It was just like, and then it's over. What? Come to share the fire. I would stand to greet you, but my legs, my eyes, the whole of me is not what I once was. Lore, I know that name and that voice. By Ralgar, you're alive. Praise him, praise him. What do you want to bet this was the survivor of the initial Xenos attack? Who is this man on the verge of death? Is he your friend? Nay, though I'm flattered you would think so. This man made medicine for me long ago at the behest of Captain Nefrid when we were still in Quarry Mill. I kept it all for myself. I'd have made a full recovery, but I couldn't. A dear friend, you see, and so I made a choice. He got better. I didn't. Ended up working for the Griffin, he did. As a right-hand man, even. But like the rest of us who went to the wall, he never came back. The irony of it, that I'd be the one to outlive them all, if only for a little while. So I sit here and await the reckoning as I rot from the inside out. Husk, of a freedom fighter I aspired to be. No, this is not the ending you deserve. I will not allow it! The man he spoke of, whose life he chose to save at the cost of his own, that man is proof of his nobility. Do you wish to see him again, you dear friend? I would art, more than anything, but there's no point in praying for the impossible. He died, I'm sure of it. He was the Griffin's double. Yeah, we actually talked to him, if you remember. You're a kind boy, you are, and I'm grateful for the company into the twilight hours, but there's no need to trouble yourself further. My time is nearly spent. Then spend the remainder thinking of better days, Galleon, and not dwelling on the deaths of me and mine. God, strike me not hard. No, it can't be. This is not more than a trick, an illusion, a lie. But even if it's a lie, hear me, Howdert. I've got a favor to ask of you. One final favor for a dying fool. Return to the Reach, the Bloodstorm. Offer a prayer to our brothers there. I will, Galleon. You have my word. We should talk. Outside. Will you go with Hodart? He has to make it. I've not left but this. Nope. You missed it earlier, Mr. Red, but we're mostly in the unknown territories other than MSQ for me. There's very little I've done from this point onwards other than MSQ and the Eden chain. That's kind of it. To Mefford and Galleon, you were larger than life. Always wanted to meet you, and here we are. Though I reckon this doesn't really count, does it? Well, I could go back and tell myself what a blind, bloody fool I was to place my trust in the Griffin. Maybe Galleon wouldn't be dying alone. Listen. He hasn't got much time. I'll lead the way. The wilds between here and the Reach aren't too dangerous, but as you can see, I'm unarmed, so I'm not going to be good to you in a fight. I can protect both of you. It's okay. I'm a tank. So most confusing thing a corporation has done that I'm also surprised still lives. Okay, I get you. I could get into some real territory with that, some heavy territory with that, but I think we'll leave this in the realm of fiction. So... Strong as ever, huh? Stronger even than you were on that day, I reckon. They say when the Griffin's men realized you were coming to stop them, they panicked and unsure. How could they take up arms against a man hailed as the hero of Eorzea? A hero who had personally intervened in their lives for the better. Some stood their ground and died for it, I imagine, while others looked the other way and tried to find more Imperials to kill. I pray I wasn't foolish enough to fight you. I owed you better. Fun fact, if you remember Baelsar's Wall, we only fought one pack of the Griffin's men in that whole dungeon. All the rest were Garleans. Food for thought. Yes, that's him, Valtrix. Actually talked to him on camera during the MSQ. Made a promise. It can't be the distance. We haven't traveled far enough. I know what it is. A man's memories cannot outlive him. I told you he hasn't got much time, and neither do I. Not allow it. He will endure. We will fulfill his wish. Louder, you must go on. You must make Galleon Hall remember. I think I know that. He saved my life. And we all went and died for nothing. For nothing. And all we ever wanted to do was to go home. I'm not singing that, but he sings. We can still go home. Even now, after everything we've done, we can still go home. All you can do is die at this point. He fell and would not rise again. He began to shake, and he was so close. He could have made it. He should have made it. How cruel the gods that don't exist to tempt us with this promise of redemption. We didn't fail. They failed us. They failed us. Forgive me. Forgive me. My failure's my own. I had the chance and I squandered it. Keep hearing a whisper each time I do this. But it's not done yet. Why? No, classic game over, sorry. I'm just... This question is actually hitting me a little harder than I thought it would. No one deserves to die on the cold metal floor alone. What good are prayers to the dead? They have not the ears to listen. No hearts to see, not remains, save fleeting recollections lost to time and abyss. We are left with only pain. A lingering sadness for names and faces consigned to oblivion. How are we to withstand this relentless assault, which threatens to consume us? Is there no truth but this, that all must die? Is this our world to suffer or to shape? The world is what we make of it. Kicking and screaming if we have to. We cannot save everyone, can we? Sometimes it's all we can do to save ourselves. Does any of it matter? What, if aught, have we wrought by our own hands? One last time, I gave you my word and I mean to keep it. But know this. Every intervention has come at cost and sacrifice, and when I have finished, naught will remain of me. But it doesn't have to be. For all our faults and all our failures, we have made a difference. All the lives we have shattered, we can make them come together again. Time and death, our true enemies, need hold no power over us. I can make a place for you in my world. You need only ask. We should go back to Ishgard. You must miss Sid and Riel. Hey, Giga. I was skeptical when Mr. Red said he thought this quest deserves 3 positives, but I'm actually leaning in that direction. This quest chain. I could even part and parcel it out if I had to. Continuity, writing quality, consequence. Sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad you reclaimed more of your ether, but I wish the circumstances hadn't been so depressing. For Mist's sake, we shall have to see how he is feeling when he returns. No, as far as I'm aware, he hasn't returned to Ishgard. He certainly isn't here, as you can see. Ah, don't tell me the bastard decided to run away just when I was beginning to trust him. No, I could still be wrong. No, I did notice that. Tricks. He earned a little trust. A few days' worth, no more. Oh, God, damn, we're going to have to track him down and make him return to the remaining ether, aren't we? He said that when it was finished, naught would remain of him. Bloody vague and ominous, to say the least. We just have to press him for answers when we find him. I'm going too, and I won't take no for an answer. Sid's gotten better, but he's a long way from fully recovered. Besides, you need someone to help you do the talking. Sid's no good at it. Whoop! Sorry. I was hitting escape to cancel the targeting. Hey, look, hot chocolate. I could use that right about now. It's a shame Dark Knight sucks so badly. I mean, who could possibly play this class as a main? God. Back to the Reach. Wasn't I just here? Yeah, it's funny. Gunbreaker and Dancer, which are my favorite classes by a wide margin, both their quest chains suck. What the hell, game? Remember looking for a young boy with blue hair? I don't recall seeing anyone like that. Nobody else has seen them recently either. Has Dark Knight ever been good? Not really. Even in Final Fantasy Tactics, where it was added in for the PSP version, it actually kind of sucked. Right. That's actually Shadowbringers content right there. Looking for a boy, too, huh? I was watching some birds late the other night when I heard him say, forgive me, but he ran off before I found him. I realize it's too quiet. Sleeping birds make noise, and mine aren't, because they're dead. No wounds or any other obvious life, but as they lay there, the life was sucked out of them. I demand recompense. Yeah, Gavgarian looked cool, and it looks cool in FFT, but it's actually kind of a crap job, and it's even worse because, for those of you aware, in Final Fantasy Tactics in PSP, you have to really grind to get it. Like, it's an aggravating class to unlock, or job to unlock in FFT. He had many questions about the nature of ether. He conversed first with one of the Adder Conjurers. So it's not good in FFT. It is arguably not good in FF4. Good concept, but they don't really do anything with it. And honestly, it's immediately outclassed by Paladin. In, you know what? Actually, I'll give you that. In 10.2, Dark Knight is kind of actually really good. So there you go. We've got one game where it's good, FF10.2. But it's not good in 3, where it's kind of worthless, actually. It's like a worse night. And it's not good in any of the others, so yeah. Our inspector returns. Have you learned aught? A couple things. Well, let's see if we can find him. He is off in the peaks. Yeah, see, one of the weird things about Dark Knight is it has such a threadbare class fantasy that there's only so much you can do with that on the baseline. Now, hear me out for a second. One of the more engaging creative challenges I find is taking something very basic and fleshing it out into something full tilt. Oh, wow, Giga Pudding. This one's taken. But yes, these birds are very dead. Oh, I agree, Pillars of Snow. I agree completely. Frankly, Dissidia is a good example of taking something very simple and fleshing out. Arguably so is Stranger of Paradise. Well, other than his singular magic, Mist was utterly helpless unless he was always capable of this? But of course we know this answer. He stole your ether when we first met. Yeah, but why? We'll ask when we find him, and you do the talking. Okay. That being said, it would be an interesting challenge. I don't think I have the mind for it right now, but it would be fascinating to sit down and come up with a class designed entirely around burn HP to do thing. I have to think about it. I should probably mention that I've actually designed a class like this in my pen and paper system. There's actually a class that can burn HP directly into damage, and has abilities that are all centered around modifying and changing how that works. This should be interesting. I tell you the specifics, but we have time elsewise spent. Hey! I was wondering when she would make an appearance. Seven hells, I hate being right. On your guard. Mist has shown his true colors. The ether or whatever else he took from those beasts has given him tremendous strength. Contrary to his earlier warnings, conjuring another simulacrum wasn't the end of him. Of all those wonderful people he plucked from memories, he chose the evil freaking mother. He knows why we're here, and this is his answer. He summoned the monster that haunts Riel in her dreams and sent her screaming from her bed. Forgive me, Sid, but you gave me no choice. Say your name. Your real name. Shall I ask you the same? Who holds the reins? Though it matters not. We are complicit, you and I. Can you remember why you came here? Can you remember how many you've killed, how many lives you've shattered, how many stories you've ended? Upon the surface of the crystal are carved the sins of Dark Knight's past, and yours are beyond counting, beyond fathoming, and without end. Justice is an excuse. Nobility is a lie. Murders are murder. Actually, I don't agree with that. At all. And though we are most definitely not without fault, it is cruel, indifferent world which has made murderers of us all. But we need suffer no longer. I sought to make these broken souls whole, one by one, when in truth the solution is much more simple. A world beyond pain and suffering and anguish and despair, a world beyond death. A world in which we never need to bid farewell to dearest friends. How many beasts do you need to kill to make this world of yours? How much aether? By the way, if you're paying attention, this is actually really similar to Thornton's plan. How many ether will you need to consume to make see it through? Bloody self-righteous sophistry from a mewling whelp. So your brilliant plan is to fill a world with the simulacra of the dead. And that's going to make everyone happy. Well, you're right about one thing, I'll grant you that. This world is brutal, uncaring, without logic or justice. No justice but that which we make for ourselves, and I'll be damned if I give it up so you can force illusions upon us to assuage your guilt. Did you not find comfort in your reunion with your master? Even though you knew it was a lie, did it not help you to unburden your soul, to find a measure of peace in madness? I'm not your enemy, not then or now. I will not fight you. All I ask is you leave me to do my duty. It's never too late to turn back. You are still a good person. You could still be a good person. Buddy, I am a good person. Maybe you cannot accept what needs to be done, but I can. Goodbye. Next. So many broken by this world, and then by you. So many. Woe betide the man who stand opposed to the weapon of light, for death will be his reward. Death for him and his kin and all he holds dear. Okay, that's not true. You're just being exaggerative now. Woe betide the man who stand with the weapon of light, for death will be his reward. Death for him and his kin and all he holds dear. That's also not true. Like sands through the hourglass, everything we fight so desperately to protect slips through our fingers, and what remains is us, only us, and the memory of our sin. To walk this path is to suffer, to sacrifice. Serve, save, slave, slay. I've sins aplenty, but regrets, not so much. And if he wouldn't listen to me, the embodiment of good sense and pragmatism, what hope could you possibly have? A house divided cannot stand, you know. This childish rebellion ends now. What the seven hells is this? It's another piece. Compromise, I guess? Our dear friend here refused to let me take the reins, but I wasn't about to stand idly by while that imbecile tries to do whatever he was trying to do. No hard feelings about Wyprim, huh? Promise not to stab you in the back. Just like old times. A dark knight needs a sword. Take mine. Yeah, we've already fought and dealt with our resentment. Our bitterness. This is our guilt and our regret. And of course, it looks like Yazael. I offer you peace, restitution, a chance to make amends. Don't think you're above it. Don't think a reckoning will be postponed indefinitely. A reckoning by what? Who could possibly pour a reckoning upon me? There are no gods. There's no great universal justice. There's no system. When it comes, I welcome it with open arms. But that will not be today, and you are not my judge. Very revered arch. Give me. Forgive me. I ask, and I beg, and I pray, but it never comes. Again they go to join the multitude in the black oblivion of the abyss. Such is our lot, such is the fate of those who are born to suffer and die. Do not seek forgiveness. It will not ease the burden. It weighs as it should. But what of the lost? Do they not deserve to live again? They do. In our hearts, our souls, our memories. No one likes having to say goodbye, but it's a part of life. That's what makes it the time we share together so precious. That's not true. You can't obsess over mistakes of the past, or you'll lose sight of the future, of the people still with us who need us more than ever. The greatest strength is born from the flame in the abyss. Listen to my voice. Listen to our heartbeat. Listen. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. That's all I ever wanted. Oh, pretty early on, Bellatrix. It was during the second quest, specifically. The hair kept me suspicious, but the nature of the events made me go, okay. In your darkest hour and the blackest night, think of me and I will be with you always. For where else could I go? Who else could I love but you? And yeah, the fact that they're literally the combination of Chiffon and Yazael, two of the deaths that stung the hardest in Heavensward. It's interesting to think about, because this could have easily been the beginning of our path as a villain, if you think about it. Obviously, that wouldn't fit in this kind of a story at all, but picture another unrelated story in which a great hero manages a lot of crap, loses a lot of people, and not hard to picture. I sure hope the next quest doesn't completely ruin the mood of that nonsense. Yeah, and then Godbird's like, hey, I got this. You know, the worst part is there is no answer to the question, how have you not broken? Because there is no good reason not to break. There's no good reason not to give up. That's the hard part. I needed to think on everything that happened to Kiribania. I'll pretend to know everything that's going through your life. A man can never understand what's in another heart, and probably not their own. I'm pretty much rambling. I suppose what I'm trying to say is I'm grateful for everything you've done for me and Riel. I like you. I respect you. I'll always be here for you if you need me. We are fellow walkers, after all. And friends, I'd like to think. I've been wondering, Mist appeared at the same time the soul crystal cracked, but which happened first, and why then and there? Damned if I know. Don't we know how the soul crystals work? What matters is the crystal and lore have been made whole. That said, a heart bleeds, a man weeps, a soul burns. Thence comes the darkness to consume, and few hearts have bled as much as his. Speaking of bleeding, I think your wounds have reopened. If you'd sit, it'd be easier for me to tend them. By the way, did you notice the exact moment that it split and they manifested? It was when we were looking at House Fortem, remembering Ashifal. Yeah. I joke about the whole, oh, my one true love thing, but let's be completely clear. Losing Ashifal hurt. It still hurts. When we had that scene a few weeks ago, it still brought me to tears. And that's not the first time I've seen that scene. He was a good man and he deserved better. What troubles you, Master Runner? Hey, Dad. Of course, 'tis bitterly cold this day. At times like these, one should be warming themselves by the fire. You know, not a day goes by without your name being spoken, you know. Soldiers and merchants often bring news of your latest exploits. That said, to hear it from the hero himself would be much more preferable. But there would be no expectation were you to call on us. The pleasure of your company alone would be more than enough. Rare though I expect it will be in the days to come. Yeah, we gotta go to another planet. But your destiny was never to remain here, was it? Though a part of me wishes you would. Forgive me. I find myself growing more and more sentimental in my old age, and in working on my memoirs. I have had to reflect on the darker chapters of my life. Ashifal lived life to his fullest, and if his story is preserved for generations to come, then I should be glad of it. He'll always have a place here. For your family. Now go. Do not let me keep you from your labors. The world waits for none, not even you. That hit. God damn. I was not expecting that. A little bit too real. A little too real. It is extraordinarily rare that I give a plus to gameplay for a quest in this game, but I'm going to. Just this once. fighting the conjured shadows of those that we have already slain, pulled forth by our own guilt, in a combat that is specifically designed to show how much they are just chaff as we move our way through it. It's effectively a plus for gameplay story integration, but it stands. Sorry, I'm trying to remember which ones I haven't done here. Let's see what's going on with White Mage. I'm just going to barrel roll through this because I kind of want to... I doubt it's going to be at the level of what we just did, and we're running a little low on time. Closing thoughts. We do what we do because it is right, because it is kind. Not because it works. Not because it's rewarding. That's my closing thoughts. I don't think that was supposed to be the real frame. What's going on with White Mage? The elements are mad. Okay. Now what? Actually, I do have a closing thought. And it's... I literally cannot share it without spoiling. So all I will say is the ultimate reason why Emmett Selk was wrong is because of that quest chain. That's all I'm going to say about that. I will remember that quest chain when we do that raid fight. Yeah, Frey died before we even became a Dark Knight, actually. What's going on? Okay, the elements are pissed off by something that happens over at the edge of our borders next to the Girabanya. I sure hope it had nothing to do with that massive fight between Omega and Shinryu. Something that could have probably cracked a continent. Yeah, let's see what questions we have here. I never finished answering your question, Tim. I apologize. You asked about a corporation that I'm surprised it's still going. And there's actually several. You know, there's BioWare is a great answer to that. Honestly, Paramount is a good answer there. But, if I had to pick one, I am flatly amazed that Square Enix is still going. Now, I know what you're thinking, but they've been successful forever. So, you may have missed it, but when I was discussing 1.0, I made a point, I made a specific mention of the fact that Square Enix was on the verge of bankruptcy. They were deep in the red. Their sales had been floundering, their debts had been growing, and they had not managed their so it's a whole thing. They weren't doing well. Square Enix nearly died. And then 1.0 came out. And Square has made many, many, many bonkers, dumb decisions up to and including literally a week ago. And yet Square Enix is still there. That's my answer. Bit of a cheap one, but it is very valid, I feel. So, we're not alone. Hey, it's her. Stranger of Paradise coming out. I'm actually saying this wrong. Chocobo GP, and so I guess it's not really a week ago, but Chocobo GP, sorry. I don't know why I said Stranger of Paradise. I guess it's because it came out at the same time. But yeah, everything they did with Chocobo GP, that's the dumb thing that happened recently. The Stranger of Paradise dumb thing is about a couple of months ago, like 3 months ago, actually, I think at this point, something like that. Because, they done screwed up hard on that one. So she's here to learn about the plight. I didn't know what was causing commotion. She's still a conjurer. Oh, wow. Please let me help. This is terrifying. Yes, that's what's happening. Go back to your guild. How can I ignore their pleas? Isn't our duty to help? You sensed emotion from the rival serrations? Are you sure you wish to return the forest to tranquility? Yeah. Okay. Part of him is you promise to weigh the consequences of your actions before you commit to them. Okay. See that you do. Okay, so we're gonna go check out some stuff. So the Stranger of Paradise thing it's actually a twofold thing. The PC port is junk, but that's normal at this point. The real problem going on with Stranger of Paradise is, I'm going to use made-up examples here, but I want you to imagine for a moment that you have a story in which there's a big reveal the whole story is centered around, and it is the fact that it's his sled, okay? Now I want you to imagine that you do your first trailer, actually it's your second trailer, and you put out a demo, and everyone in the universe immediately says, oh, it's his sled. Yeah. Of course it's his sled. Now, in the interest of fairness, they actually doubled down on that, and that was the right call. They completely gave up all attempt at pretense of trying to keep that as a spoiler, because it wasn't a spoiler. It was one of the most obvious things in the universe. But still, that was the stupid thing. Because every interview we've seen, and my own analysis agrees with this, says that they wanted it to be a big twist, and they gave it away in the demo. Yeah, Pyro. It is the obvious twist. I'm only not saying it out of deference and respect to anybody who, is not aware and therefore does not want to know. But anybody who's even looked at Stranger of Paradise, you know the twist right now. I guarantee it. I'm not trying to dissuade you from the game. Quite the contrary. I actually look forward to playing it with PAX whenever it comes out on PC. But you get my point. The Chocobo GP thing is just... I don't even know where to begin with that. Imagine Mobage and all the predatory garbage mobile transaction crap that goes into that kind of junk, right? Just imagine that. Now imagine that we've added a new layer. I haven't seen this one before. The virtual currency you can buy goes away over time. There's a point at which it'll stop being there, and then you have to buy new currency. Just think about that for a second. It's one of the most Mobage games I've seen them put out in a while. It is not the most, because I've seen FF15, A New Empire, which is still the worst one they've ever put out. But, Anyways, it's a huntress. And a person. Yeah, basically, Pyro. It's a mechanical FOMO on top of all the other predatory practices of bullcrap. But, by the way, I agree with you, Pyro. The fact that they leaned into it was a very correct call, and it's definitely salvaged a lot of my opinion of the marketing team, to be blunt. So there's a child, and a mother, and a hunter, and they're hunting here. We're not sure why they're pissing them off. Let's go talk to people. Okay. So there you go. 2 stupid things they've done within the last couple of months. I suppose I could also add the fact that you're not supposed to stream the ending of Stranger of Paradise. As that's another thing, but... And I do admittedly take that a little bit personally, because that's my goddamn job. So I could add that to the list if you really wanted to. So I got 3 things. Yeah, Square makes dumb decisions all the damn time. I'm just glad we get some good stuff out of it periodically. Like the game I'm playing right now. And, by all accounts, Stranger of Paradise is pretty legit. I do look forward to a playthrough of it someday. Sylphie really wants to help here. This is kind of cute, actually. There's a reason I call it Squirrels for Brains. It's not really an insult. It really is a statement of fact. What they do is so nonsensical in so many different ways. It would be really interesting to get a good look at the books to see where Square's income really does come from these days. And I know what you mean. Just look at the investor meetings. No, I mean really look at the books, because those can and usually are slanted and don't really contain proper information. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure their mobile games, of which they've got like 13 at this point, make a decent chunk of their income. Because what is my life? And everything wrong with the world. But I don't know. And again, it would be fascinating to know. Do I think making FF14 a good game was a dumb decision? Actually, no. I don't. Ross, the only question I have from you is not on the page. So I'm going to go with, yeah, I probably answered whatever it was. What was your question? Hey, Evo. Yeah, you missed me bawling earlier. I'm not even joking. The previous question actually brought tears out of me. I wish I was making that up. No, I don't. I don't mind crying in this game. It's just, goddamn. Ah! So actually, I did answer that in full, no less. Do you feel that the source of the problem must be nearby? Ah! It's the same child. The cause of the elemental problem. So I'll try to give you a summary, Ross. It would have been better, but not good, because Enterprise was... I compared it to Warlords of Draenor over in WoW. It was cut off too early. Enterprise had not only just found itself, but was clearly not at a conclusive point. And there were clearly more stories they should have done. It felt like the plug was pulled, not like it met a natural conclusion. In fact, if anything, it would have felt weird if they did that, because it would have probably felt, oh, hey, I have Holy 3. I love Holy 3. Check this out. It's so cool. Yeah. Anyways, it would have felt like they ended in the middle. Like, imagine if... That's a bad example. Imagine if they ended in the middle of Descent over in TNG. That's probably a better example. I don't actually get that, Pyro. Get away from me, Mama. Where are you? Poor thing, you must have been terrified. Don't worry, we'll get you back to your mother. We're not supposed to talk to mothers. To strangers. Wow. Mama says they'll take me away and lock me in a cage. Good advice for people in Girabania. I'm Sylphie, this is Lore. You know our names, so tell us yours, then we won't be strangers anymore. Gaddy, you don't feel icky like the bad things. I hope that means we can be friends. Come on, let's go find your mother. I don't have any friends. I live in the forest. Were you hurt? Here, let me see. I'll mend that. Watch this. A conjurer can heal wounds. No, don't touch me! It's okay, I'm a conjurer. Gaddy, we have to leave. And he's gone. You know what's funny is I disagree with that, Ross. These Are the Voyages is a bad episode. I'm gonna dot because those other two are stupid. Okay, I get you, Pyro. You know what's funny is I tend to defend Nintendo for the exact same reason that you just mentioned. Because, I mean, don't mistake me, Nintendo corporate pisses me off plenty. But, right, like, Nintendo tries stuff all the time. And a lot of it fails, actually. I have to go all the way... Okay, whatever. Alright, so hang on. Questions. Saving offshore Twitch accounts question. Disco isn't here. Tim said... I didn't really... So Tim asked a question which I don't actually have an answer to, which is why I haven't answered it yet. Tim asked, why do companies do the WoW thing? Why do they drop the content so consistently? I have actually had a theory about a lot of the issues with WoW for a long time, and the more I've studied and the more I've learned, the more I feel like I'm actually right here. I think that there are multiple teams doing their own thing that aren't being properly managed and do not communicate with each other. And I think that's why that kind of crap tends to happen. I think, frankly, that Blizzard is and has been for years a mismanaged mess. And that's what I think is the problem. She's attracting void scent, and the void scent are following the scent of the outbursts, and that's causing the elementals to go out of control, so we need to help Gaddy to feel better, but Gaddy has a powerful aura, which is causing the issues to begin with. Okay, cool. We're all caught up here. Why, game? When do I think WoW started being mismanaged? So you see Warlords, but actually, no. I would say it's during Legion. There were some noticeable signs, I myself pointed them out during the Legion lore run, that WoW started to kind of a little bit mid-Legion. Legion at launch is just poetry, right? Very few issues. But then you look at some of the ways they did certain rep grinds, or how you got certain activities, or how they handled the Mage Tower, or how some of the cutscenes were presented, or how the biggest plot twist in the entire freaking game was hidden in a raid, and most people don't even know it exists. And you start to see those cracks of miscommunication, right? Yeah, exactly, Pyro. Something I've commented on many times is precious few people are good managers and good creative people. Like, usually someone who's very creative has no idea how to be a decent manager, and most of the time decent managers have no idea how to be creative. And finding two that can work with each other is precious rare. Finding someone who is both is extremely rare. And this, I know this sounds like a weird and mundane thing to point out, but this problem of managers versus creators is at the core of so many issues in almost all of fiction. Hell, almost all of companies, just in general. If you name an issue in something, somewhere, I could probably point to it. If I did my research, I could probably point to how it stemmed from the fact that a manager and a creator didn't work well out. Yeah, Yoshi P, I do think, is a both. I do think he's a good manager, and I do think he's a good creator. I've actually got another example for you right now. Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg is a good manager. He knows how to take care of a team and manage it and keep it working properly. And he had, I do have to use past tense here, a wonderfully creative mind and knew exactly how to use it. It's actually one of the reasons, in addition to their friendship, that George Lucas and Steven Spielberg used to do such good things together. Because Lucas could handle several aspects of the technical creative side, and Spielberg could manage it, and they both trusted and knew each other, and there you go. Good work together. Good team. Done. And you get the idea, right? We can point to examples, or exceptions. They do exist, but those are the exceptions, not the rule. Rick Berman? I wouldn't even say he's a good manager, because he isn't. To be blunt. So you've got a bad manager, Rick Berman, who is not creative, Rick Berman, working with someone who is creative, Brandon Braga, who is not a good manager, Brandon Braga. And you can see the problems. Worst manager? Have I told you about the pointy-haired boss that used to be my manager? Because I'm pretty sure I've shared those tales before. Anyways, Evo, I actually did answer your question. I thought you were here for the answer for that. I held on to it, too. It makes me sad. Evo does not listen to me. Yeah, the pointy-haired boss. Good lord. I will try to answer you in brief, Evo. The difference between schoolyard politics and most other types of politics is the fact that... Where explain this? In simplicity, because I had a whole speech about it. Every organization in human society has politics to some extent. We have housing politics, right? Roommates, families, large groups. We've got office politics. We've got schoolyard politics. We've got politics. We've got economic politics. We've got military politics. It's politics, right? Now, the thing here is, schoolyard politics is a unique range because it takes from when we first start being kids until about college range. And these are both dangerous for different reasons, because over here, we've got the beginnings of social interaction and pecking orders and hierarchies and preferences and opinions, but none of the emotional maturity or mental stability to really do anything about that. And no true malice, but also a lack of understanding of consequence. So it's kind of its own thing, right? But then you get to this range, the high school and college range. This is when it gets really dangerous, because now they have a mental understanding and a cognizance of both consequence and of actual ability and intent to cause harm to others or benefit for themselves, or both. But, statistically speaking, most people do not have the emotional maturity they need to actually do that properly at that range. So, they've got the understanding of how to be bad, and not the desire to not be bad. That's why schoolyard politics tends to be so mean. I know why you're here, and you'll not have her. Unless you want to sprout feathers, it's time for you to leave. What did I do? Gaddy's mother, aren't you? We're not going to take her away. We're here to help her. What the heck is you on about? What is this nonsense? Why am I about to fight you? Not for your lies, conjurer. Get away from us! I mean, that is what it is. Not now. Okay, what the hell, lady? What pants am I wearing right now? Oh, no. No, Gaddy, they'll see you. I'm fine. It's just one of my turns. Can we heal, like, this kind of a thing? Ah, that's why. You're a Paja. Mama, no. Can we heal her? Can we please heal her? Please. Please. God damn it. So Classic Game Lover does ask a question while we get ready for this boss fight. Best crossover boss in this game so far. It's actually a tough one. Obviously, I think I'm leaning towards the Fiend fight, which was the third of the Warring Triad fight. We must defend her from the Void Scent, because the Void Scent are attracted to him. They're attracted to suffering. They're schoolyard politics. I just talked about this. Really quick, thank you, Night Forager. Always much appreciate, much obliged. Wing Commander 3, you got it. Give me a moment here. And someone somewhere asked what my favorite WoW expansion is. Obviously, I've never reviewed them, but Legion. it's frickin' Legion. Legion did much and many right. Well, as much as I would love to say that Savage Kefka is my favorite fight, along with Savage XIV, both of which were just fantastically amazing fights, the problem here is I've never experienced them for real. So I can't, in fairness, qualify those. However, you saw and heard me while we were going through those fights, so I have a feeling those fights would qualify if I ever had a chance to properly do them, because that was awesome! The Gilgamesh fights are okay. They're not bad. Except for the third Gilgamesh fight, which is really good. Yeah, I cannot do this. Oh, well. That's... What the crap is this kid summoning? Jesus. Yeah, they were so good, I gave the entire game a negative for the fact that I couldn't enjoy them properly. Although, I was actually thinking about that. I don't think I ever finished my thoughts on that. I realized... So for literally years, I've had the thought in my head that I would give a negative to WoW for locking story behind mythic fights, right? The thing is, I realized as I was processing that and as I was thinking about that, that it's also a gameplay negative in WoW. Because they lock bosses behind hardest difficulty. You don't fight Cho'Gall in Highmall unless you're on Mythic difficulty. You don't fight Sinestra unless you're on Mythic difficulty, or Heroic difficulty in that case. But, you know, and so I think that's what really made me tilt over into the gameplay thing as well. There are entire boss encounters, good boss encounters, you simply do not have access to unless you're doing it at hardest difficulty. We did not come to whisk away your child! Thank you, Sylvie. If we wanted to, we could have done it while you lay senseless. We came to learn what was upsetting the elementals and what could be done to ease their disquiet. The answer lies in stopping the Void Scent from coming after Gaddy. Can you stop them from hunting her? The worse my illness becomes, the more they come sniffing about. Creatures of nightmare they are. We will help you any way we can. I am Sylphie, this is Lore. Please tell us more about Gaddy and these monsters. Yeah, it is, Rex. Yeah, very much so. And it's kind of frustrating, honestly. You Gridanian charlatans are not to be trusted. You save us this time, but if you don't go now, the whisper of my bow will be the last thing you ever hear. Begging you, we promise not to say a thing to the guild. We swear by the matron herself. And her teats! Conjurers I met were arrogant and condescending. You, on the other hand, seem more sincere. I'll take you at your word for now. My name is Sanche. It was 12 years ago I fled Gridania with my infant child. She was born at Pedage, and you know what that means. She was chosen by fate to convey the elemental's will to the people of Gridania. By Gridanian law, they were within their right to take her from her. Jesus Christ. The more I hear about Gridania and the freaking elementals, the less I like. How much further down can we go? Anyways, Ether is bleeding from her, and she doesn't have training, and it's causing issues, and it's causing problems, and it'll never get better. But, hang on. I'll stay and teach her how to control this. And, that way we don't tell the Conjurers Guild. Why are we surprised by this? Yeah, can we just torch this frickety forest? Maybe we could summon the elementals and then kill them. I mean, at this point, we've killed things a lot bigger and worse than the elementals. Sure, Radosvik. Could you do me a huge favor? Could you please hit refresh and then see if there's like a button that pops up and then you could hit that? It really helps with my records keeping and a lot of other paperwork side of things. Please. It should be like, I wish to share my sub or something like that, and then you type something in chat and it goes through. And it gives me a little timestamp and all sorts of other useful stuff for the paperwork side of things. Let's see. Best scene in Toy Story 1. Toy Story 1 doesn't really have the Pixar moment, the Pixar Tears moment, which is what I'll start referring to them as in the future ruminations. That concept started with A Bug's Life. It's ironically the next film, I'm pretty sure. But, best scene in Toy Story 1. Honestly, I'm going to go with the final Sid scene, is how I'm going to phrase that. I was tempted by You Are a Toy. But truthfully, I think the You Are a Toy scene is a lot better in Toy Story 2. By Gridanian law, if a man is holding more than 3 apples on a Tuesday, the elementals demand he be stoned to death unless he carries 4 pears and tap dances in front of an elemental. There it is. Awesome. Thank you very much, Radosvik. Very, very much. Like I said, I believed you on the sub. I wasn't trying to call that into question. It really helps with the paperwork side of things. And, as requested, we're putting that towards Spiritfarer. It's a game I'm actually looking forward to. I mean, I guess that doesn't say much. I'm looking forward to a lot of games. I need to shave tonight. Jeez Louise. Alright. Oh, we got 10 minutes. Let's finish this quest chain. We got this. We got this. I'm actually feeling a positive for this one too, though. This has been pretty decent. In fact, most of these quests have been decent. The big exception was Paladin, which just sucked again. Is it so hard to do Paladin quests? Is that how that works? All right, whatever. Questions. Tim says. Listen. Really quick, thank you, Vandalia. I will put that towards Stein's Gate. Really quick, let me jot that down before I forget. What is my opinion on the Arthas cutscene? So I don't like to spoil in unrelated streams, but all I will say is, while it had some issues in execution, it was kind of exactly what it needed to be. If you remember, I've been saying for literally years that that is pretty much how I would have ended his story arc, and they did a decent job with it. The biggest problem with that scene wasn't anything that was in it. It was only what was not within it. The scene should have been 3, maybe 4 times longer, legitimately. Like, it should have been this, and instead what we got was this, you know? Yeah, we have yet to have a good Paladin quest. All we had was Gladiator, which was pretty good. Brother, hey, did I not make myself sufficiently clear? My permission was contingent on your promise to refrain from rash and thoughtless action. I've done my best to fulfill my promise. I gave this a lot of thought. I don't doubt your sincerity, but imagine my surprise when I was informed by your request for an advanced elixir. No mention of this was included in your reports, so I came to investigate. And I find you concealing the presence of a Bajal. Even from a distance, the nature of Getty's aura was unmistakable. A child without guidance is an extremely dangerous thing. You know this. Her ether is wild and radiant and grows as she does, and so too shall the power of the fiends, and should Getty draw blah blah blah, this will all go to hell. Well, yeah. That's why we're trying to help this. Ah, I'd forgotten that stubborn trick. Okay, listen. This is all my fault. Will you take Gaddy back to the Stillglade now? Such was my intention. However, there is no people here. What? Yep. Gaddy's concerned for her mother will not consume her anymore. Do you know where they've gone? You realize you're part of the problem here, right? I know, the only thing we have left at this point is the Shadowbringers Paladin finale. I was honestly tempted to do it on the spot. I know it's Shadowbringers content, just because I was curious if we would have the only good story content be from Shadowbringers' finale. But I know that's a decent little quest chain thing. I mean, the Red Mage was, which is the only one I've done, so... Anyways. FF14 is not perfect in its storytelling. It has multiple cases of cutscene incompetence, and yet it has evoked emotion in so many. How? How does FF14 succeed when so many other stories are arguably better executed fail? That's easy to answer. Multiple writers, multiple teams, multiple stories. The good cutscenes work. The bad cutscenes don't, and the cutscenes that have both work and don't. I know it's a simple answer, but that is the truth. FF14 shines when it shines. And then you have the Paladin quests. Oh, I'll save you. Oops, wrong bar. I love this spell effect so much. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it. Behold my glory. Didn't even get to glare at him. Although I have Glare 3 now. I need to check that out at some point. So then Cronin asks, do you think Microsoft will fix the mismanagement issues? So, rather than say yes or no, I hope they will fix the mismanagement issues. Microsoft tends to do exactly what an umbrella company should do. Here's the limits, but otherwise do your own thing. They've actually said this in actual public speeches. I talked about this when I analyzed the entire affair. Microsoft have flat out said, we're going to rein you in. That's how that works. So I do have hope. There were strange whispers coming from everywhere around the house. I got scared, so we ran away. Must be Gaddy. Those whispers were the voices of the elementals. You need not fear them, though it is wise to heed their warning. Unfortunately, I do disagree with you on that, Rax. I have seen a couple of story beats I consider actually awful. Ironically, we haven't reached one yet. The first one that I really have in my mind. So we'll see if it's actually as bad as I remember it, but there is an upcoming story thing that I plan to give 3 negatives to. We'll see, though. That's not cut in stone yet. Actually, yeah, Cronin, exactly. So I do have hope. I do have hope that they will fix the mismanagement issues at Blizzard. If nothing else, the people working at Blizzard deserve better. And frankly, we deserve better, you know? In an esoteric sense, the IPs under the Blizzard label deserve better. We'll get there. We'll get there, Gigapudding. This is just a lot of needless traveling, isn't it, White Mage? Jeez Louise, look at this nonsense. Questions. Hottest FF character. Let's see, is there any Final Fantasy character I consider sexually attractive? Obviously it's Lightning. No, okay, that's a meme answer. Let me actually think about that for a second. I actually can't think of any. I think of a lot of characters, female, of course, because that's what I'm interested in, who are interesting or fascinating or I respect or I'd actually love to hang out with or, you know, try to become friends with, but that's about as far as that goes, you know what I mean? So, that's about all I got on that front, sorry. I would be tempted by Yazael, I'm actually going to admit that, but, From what Gaddy and her mother told me, the girl has received no formal guidance. So, Gaddy's Pajal instincts allow her to suppress her aura when calm, but that becomes difficult as her powers grow with age. Eventually, even the briefest onslaught of emotion will be enough to shatter her control. That's why I thought it best to teach her at home. Unlike the Pajal, she's lived her whole life with her mother. Taking her aura now would be disastrous. I know only too well the effect such a separation can have on a child. You agree with me, don't you? Yeah, screw the Gridanian rule. Jesus Christ, hi, Cord. Hi, Baron. You side with Sylphie? Truth be told, I am in agreement. Gaddy's upbringing isn't a rare case amongst Bajal. Maybe indeed the lesser risk to allow her to remain with her mother. Yay! But we do need to heal her mother. Like, for reals. I hereby assign you the duty of overhearing. Can we heal the mother? Your status as guild demands log. Loopholes, loopholes. If Gaddy does not show improvement in the time period I dictate, I will be forced to relocate her. Gaddy, I see you are a kind child who cares deeply for her mother. You must not lose yourself in another's life. Yeah, that's true for everybody. It really is. Tacos. What am I going to eat for dinner? I meant to actually order Mexican today. But now it's a little bit off, and I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to do that. Oh well. Yay. So, final quest. Just going to race through this here a little bit. Yeah, sure. Why do we... A good question, Inamisha. I don't know. Well, the benefit of Mexican is the same benefit of Chinese for me. The way I order it means I have several days of leftovers. That's the whole point of doing that. I don't actually like doing takeout if I can avoid it, but it's useful for A, when I'm doing long streaming blocks like this, and B, like I said, I can stretch it out quite a bit, because I don't eat that much, as I've said many times. So... Radivisk has a question. Gift subs. You've been gifted a sub from Scruffy Looking. Are those allocated by the gifter or the giftee? So the way I usually do that is I allow the gifter to decide. Because in every way that matters, they are the one who gave the money. Now, what sometimes they'll do is they'll say, hey, let them decide. So if they decide that you decide, it's still their choice, if that makes any kind of sense. Now, I happen to know that Scruffy Lookings thing was allocated. I can actually give me a moment here. It was going towards, yep, the homeworld block is specifically what that sub went towards. Because I keep records. Like I said, I'm pretty good about my paperwork. But if it had been someone like, for example, Tazara, who had gifted it, I know Tazara and Ciela are two people who regularly say, here, go ahead and, you know, get this. I could order a pizza. But yeah, we've seen how much history I have with ordering pizza. Whoops. Like Camper, for example, has given that to several people, of which I think none of them are actually here at the moment. But if any of you are actually here... Whoops, no, that's not where I'm at. That would be funny. Oh, but before I say this thing, thank you, Camper. Very much. And now I'm getting another sub, so I'm going to keep bowing to Camper. Pause. And say thank you, Baron. Always. Much obliged. Much appreciate both of you. Thank you. So what's your backup, Camper? Because I don't think any of those people are on right now. Looking at the list. And I don't recognize one of those people. Okay, that works for me. If anybody who just was gifted a sub by Camper, please feel free to put it towards something if you want to. And I'll keep that in my records, as I often do. You got it, Baron. Thank you again. Alright. Oh no, they're not here. She's panicking. /soothe. Why is this still a thing they do in this game? And then Tim leaves us forever and will never be back. I think at the rate we're going, we might actually finish up the class quests tomorrow, which would be really cool, actually. Sorry, when I say class, I mean class, gatherer, and crafter. So, with Fortune, we might actually be able to hit the patch content Tuesday, which would actually work out reasonably well for the schedule. We'll see what we manage. I'm going to go ahead and share something, since we're at the end of the stream and nobody's here. I've been keeping track of the, let's call it the plus and minus of where we're at versus where I want to be and versus where we could be with regards to not only the entire FF14 stream, but with regards to each expansion. We're a little bit behind on the overall. That's almost entirely because of the issues that happened at the beginning of ARR and with the side quests of Heavensward, both of which just cost us an inordinate amount of time that I've never been able to get back. But we're doing okay otherwise. And if you ignore those particular things, we're actually ahead. Stormblood is taking slightly longer than I anticipated, but at the same time, it's kind of also not. We're actually only about 5 hours over what I want to be, and we're actually about 10 hours below what I thought we'd be. Oh no. I was gonna say, can we please heal this woman? Yeah, all side quests have been shoved off screen. I think there's like a couple of individual side quests we will be pulling on screen, but side quests as a whole have been shoved off because they're just such a time sink. They are such a massive time sink, and the schedule is being hampered by that alone. You know what I mean? So you can go ahead and say I told you so, Rax. I'll accept that. I mean, the Moogle quests were bad. 3 days of doing those goddamn side quests in one zone. Say that, Mama. I'll learn conjuring. What's your bet we can come here every day? It's thanks to you and Sylphie's efforts, Sanche has held on this long. And yet there are limits to the healing arts. Each life comes to an end. And even a conjurer cannot undo that which fate has ordained. Take heart in knowing that your care and attention is what has allowed these irreplaceable moments between mother and daughter. Yeah, she's sick with fictional disease. I was selfish, and that selfishness has brought you pain. For that I am sorry. My love and light, I pray you find happiness as I have known. I've played Path of Exile and I didn't enjoy it. If someone wants to add it to the list, I'll allow it. But I'll be going in kind of blind. It just wasn't my kind of game. And yeah, she's probably going to freak out a little bit over the death of her mother, because her mother just died. So, while she freaks out, I'm going to answer Baron's question. What is my history with ordering pizza? Oh gosh. I think the last 3 times I've ordered pizza, something's gone wrong. One time it was delivered to an Amazon warehouse parking lot. Not the door, the parking lot. One time it was delivered to a place just down the road. One time it was attempted to be delivered. What? What? How long has this fiend lurked within Sanche, awaiting this very moment? Terrible child, dragged around by your sick mother. You've killed her! Accept the evil you've done and atone with your life. It's weird, Pillars of Snow. Paladin wasn't good. But these ones managed to turn it around a bit. Anyways, but one time they went to deliver it to a place like 30 minutes that way, which was in the middle of like a grocery store parking lot. Caddy. Caddy. Well, shoot. Alright, what's coming out of this nonsense? It's an oogly. Frickin' void scent, I swear to God. Go back to your planet that's already dead. Arguably worse than dead. There's a fun question. Do you think the world of darkness can be restored? I've actually thought about that a little bit. Based on what we know about how the setting works and how ether functions. So they're healing her. I'm casting stone a bunch. Yeah, you kind of see how I was thinking of that, Pillars of Snow. Like, obviously, is it feasible for it to be restored? Probably not. But is it possible is a different question. And I'd like to think it is actually possible to restore. But I do think it is infeasible. I think it's effectively not going to happen. My take, obviously. Well, let's see. Rax asked, hey, is Kotick the only guy getting the boot in the bio? Yes! Okay, I shouldn't laugh about that, I'm sorry. So, let me explain why I find that funny. You might think, Laura, there's more than one person at fault here, and you're absolutely right. But you have to understand, in reality land, most of the time... What the hell is going on with this nonsense here? Live! Most of the time, the people responsible for that crap just get away with it. Everyone sweeps it under the rug, and that's the end of it. The fact that Kotick is actually being pushed out is an enormously good sign, because usually even that relatively small measure wouldn't happen. You know the man screwed up when that's happening, is why I find that funny. All that being stated, he is getting a golden parachute, and he's set for life. He's got all sorts of things going for him. He is also going to be keeping probably most of his other jobs, because he's on several companies' boards. He's been kicked off of one of them. No, I agree. Kotick going away is not going to fix everything, which is exactly my point that I was just talking about. I think they need a management restructure. I do have faith that that will happen, but Kotick going away isn't going to fix everything. But, this is critical, I do think Kotick going away is necessary. Some people... This is opinion. Really entering the realm of opinion here. It is my opinion that if the top is corrupt, it doesn't matter if the people down below try to do the best they can. There will always be problems, because the problems start from the top down. There's the old phrase, everything rolls downhill, but that's actually more true than you'd think in a lot of different respects. In terms of mentality, in terms of operation, in terms of reliability, in terms of covering up, also crap. And we know with extremely high certainty that Kotick has personally been getting involved with trying to cover up a lot of the garbage that's been happening in his companies. Let me put this a different way. I don't think the Garlemald Empire could ever be good with Varys at the top. There's good people in there, but the problem's at the top. And that needs to be removed, and then we can work our way down. That's my take on that. And yeah, some people are just a cancer, and cancer needs to be cut out. When Mama died, it was as if I'd fallen into a deep, dark hole. My mind was full of screaming, and I heard your voices calling me back. I heard her voice, too. That's when I knew she'd always be at my side. Yay, I'm happy with my mother, who's dead. I'm just kidding. You can return with us to Gridania. I like that. It's an option. Yes, that's a great way to put that, Pillars of Snow. By the way, this also works in reverse. If the person at the top is a good person, or a creative person, or a good manager, or whatever, that tends to go downhill, too. That tends to help. And I can literally point to the game I'm playing right now for a good example of that. But there are several. There are several examples of that. That's why I need to take over the world. So what power did I get at 70? Oh, plenary indulgence. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm positiving this. I know I kind of was breezing over it when we were talking about unrelated things, but that was actually a pretty good story arc. A little bit of lore, a little bit of background. Nice little personal story. Yeah, exactly, Jorian. I mean, if I could just stretch this into a bad analogy, you need someone in power who is a decent person to combat the other people in power who are not. And that is extraordinarily true in the corporate world. Now, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be starting... When do we do Scholar? We'll be starting Astrologian. Yep, okay, that's what we're going to be starting tomorrow, and I hope to smash through all of the class quests tomorrow. And again, I mean all the stuff. But either way, I do hope you will join me for that. Listen, I'm going to call it Eastern Standard Time until the day I die. And that's just life. You're just going to have to accept that. So, I hope you have a good time, and otherwise I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time!